Okay, looks like we should be live, or should be becoming live. One of the two. Give this just a second, and then I'll plug in some headphones and we'll settle in for the nice long haul. I've also got to move some keyboards around. A little less prepared than I thought I was, I guess. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let's shut this down. I feel like the process of getting set up for a live always takes a minute. Okay, wait, wrong headphones. Let's do these, and I'll connect these to my framework here. And then we'll play some music from the framework. Devices, Bluetooth, please. Bluetooth, wrong thing. Connect. Connected. Okay. Let's get this started, and I need to get 2 more things fixed on my end, and then I'll be good to go. So let's hit the share button. I take this, I paste this over here. And then I put a link in Discord. Cool. And then how does this work? I want to pop out the chat and move it up to here. Oh, did that mess up the other chat? No, that looks fine. Okay. Pop out the chat, make this nice and big so I can actually read it. Okay, cool. And then I should be able to close this. Cool, it's been closed. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think we're good to get started. So I'm gonna turn on some music, probably some Bill Murray. Okay, that's not playing through my headphones. Let's fix that. Very loud. Okay, cool. So yeah, so what we're gonna do today is we're gonna spend a couple hours attempting to build an operating system in Zig. This is a huge experiment. So here's the context. I know nothing about operating system dev. I know we want to use QEMU to test things out. That's about it. That's all. That's all I really know. I know there's an OSDev wiki. I looked at it. I find that information really hard and difficult to read through. So we are going to start by pulling up Ghosty. Go ahead and give this an update. Make this nice and big for you so you can read it as well. Okay. Perfect. So great. Mictor Zigos is what we're going to call it. Okay, we're on 0.15.2. Would love to do this on 0.16, but we're not there yet. And I don't want to mess with master builds. So we'll just go ahead and use 0.15.2. For context, I just mentioned this, but let me reiterate because I've got more to add. I know nothing about OSDev. We're going to figure this out as we go. We're going to leverage our good friend Claude to attempt to help us. I have also been away from Zig for about a month to a month and a half at this point. I've been doing some stuff in Odin. I've also just been slammed with work and not have had as much time and energy to work on Zig stuff outside of outside of work. And I've kind of been low-key obsessed with this game that I've started working on in Odin. But I want to get back to some Zig stuff because one of my goals this year was to really lock in on Zig, and I've kind of started falling short on that. So that's what we're going to do today. So we've got Zigos. Fire up Claude. Yes. And again, the plan is that we're going to ask Claude questions. So Claude's not going to write any code for us. I don't want it to touch any of that. Yeah. So I have no idea where to start. Actually, QEMU, is it? I don't think I have QEMU installed. All right, already at my first little blocker. Does it matter if I install full or something else? Okay. We'll pull up Firefox. QEMU. And I'll try to remember to make everything bigger for you as well as we get into this. Okay. I just don't know. We could build from source, but I'd rather stick with package manager. Okay, I'm gonna just grab the entire QEMU full selection here, I think. Unless let's go to OSDev wiki. We'll start there. They have this section here for tutorials. Part of this may just be that the subject matter is inherently complex, but I do feel like a way that a lot of this stuff is written is unnecessarily difficult. But yeah, okay, so this is interesting. There's some examples here for kernel basics, so bare bones tutorials that will land you in a basic kernel that's safe enough to use as your own starting point, as a starting point for your own. So there's a bare bone here, Limine, using the Limine bootloader and protocol. Bare bones, meaty skeleton template operating system, switching to long mode. Third party stuff, porting Python, interesting. Maybe you actually look at one of these too. Okay, so 32-bit x86 and boot it. This is the first step to creating your own operating system. This tutorial serves as an example of how to create a minimal system, but not as an example of how to properly structure your project. These instructions are community reviewed and follow the current recommendations for good reasons. Beware of many of the other tutorials online as they do not follow modern advice, were written by the inexperienced. That can compile your new operating system from an existing operating system. That sounds good. Yep, cross-compiling sounds great. Existing technology, straight into kernel development rather than developing your own programming language, your own compiler, and your own bootloader. In this tutorial, we will use GNU linker from bin utils to link your object files. Yeah, so here's the tricky part, right? So all of this stuff is going to be written in C, which maybe isn't bad. Okay, let's just start with Claude. We're going to see how well Claude can carry us through this. So under no circumstances should you write any code. The expectation is to provide guidance. Code examples are fine, but do not touch the underlying files. Okay, with that being said, actually this feels unnecessary for the prompt. The goal of this project is to create a minimal operating system in Zig and deploy it to QEMU. Assume the user, the person, assume I, maybe it's the, assume I know nothing about OSDev and am using Zig 0.15.2, but am rusty on my Zig knowledge as well. Okay, what else? So assume I know nothing about OSDev and I'm using Zig. We can be flexible on the tooling used, but we should strive to use modern tooling where possible. All right, what else? What else? Yeah. Oh, I meant today. Um, yeah. Well, to be honest, I thought about doing this next weekend, and then I realized I had some time in my schedule, and I was like, well, let's just try it today. Do be careful. You've seen many cases where they've touched stuff that they shouldn't have. Are you going to use Git to track changes just in case? Yeah, probably that's a really good idea. Maybe we just start there. I'm going to go ahead and install QEMU. And then we'll fire up a Git repo and start there. I can also make this bigger. I just realized that I'm really not leveraging the full screen, or at least most of the full screen. Okay, assume I know nothing about OSDev and I'm using Zig 0.15.2, but I'm rusty in my Zig knowledge. We can be flexible in the tooling used, but we should strive to use modern tooling where possible. The primary goal of this project, above all else, I should understand how this works, and you should focus on ensuring that knowledge of operating system development, tooling, practices, etc., are learned by me. This project is a failure if I do not understand what we've built and why we've built it. I have initialized a Zig project in this folder, and I have installed QEMU from AUR. Oh, I have not installed QEMU from AUR. Interesting. Exceeded the maximum allowed file size? Looks like our mirrors are not happy. If I give this another shot, will it? Yeah, interesting. I've not seen this. Oh, sorry, I missed some conversations. Zig looks like a really fun language to learn as someone who loves C in college. I just want to be good. I'm wanting to be good at Rust, C, and Zig. Yeah, I'm kind of there with you. I've been writing, oddly enough, more Rust and a lot of Odin lately. Um, there are things I like about both of them. There's there's definitely a reason why I've been just writing Odin for like 3 weeks straight now. But yeah. Hey, Lakshan Pereira 9735. Glad you're here. Dang, you're going very low level. Love the idea. Can't wait to learn alongside. Yeah, I'm hoping we can have some productivity today. I'd love to get something deployed to QEMU and actually working. Um, and that would be my goal for today. But I am like, why? What are we running into here? I don't want to just keep slamming this mirror. But I am curious if maybe one of the mirrors is having issues. These are different than last time, right? Tricore, what did we have fail last time? Long arch. Yeah. Okay, long arch also failed too. Interesting. I've never seen this. This is it's time to stop saying these 6 phrases to your grandkids. On God, for real, for real. The requested URL. Okay. Arch user repo mirrors 404 maximum allowed file size. A future project could be a compiler with Claude. Yeah, the tricky part is I actually like I'm sure I would miss up on force a database refresh. Sure. Okay. The tricky part with that is like I know roughly how compilers work, and I know like nothing about how an operating system works. Like I know there's a kernel and scheduler, and I know that there's some tasks, and the idea is the scheduler takes care of making sure that you're sharing your CPU properly across all the running processes. And like I get like I understand how computers work, but in terms of actually developing an operating system, I have no idea. In terms of developing a compiler, like I've written a small, very small compiler for a DSL before. And I have to imagine that it's not too much more than that. Like it's the breadth of what you're doing changes, but the depth probably doesn't. So my goal here with Claude is that this should be a learning opportunity above everything else. I also should have updated my dependencies before starting this live stream, but yeah, live and learn. This gives me a moment to change my music. Ba, 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 ba. Fun fact: if you run Debian, you'll have to use a precompiled binary to run Zig. Since Debian repos, stable for sure, don't support it yet, but Arch does. That's an interesting fact for sure. It's not very fun if you're on Debian, I guess, but yeah, interesting. Okay, let's try this again. This seems like it's already going much better, so it's a good start. Okay, in theory, we should be able to run QEMU now, right? No. QEMU full, maybe? I don't even I don't even know how to run QEMU. Crap. Oh, if you have any OS development questions, I can try to help. I took an OS development course in college. You'll need a CPU scheduler, an algorithm, a memory management unit, a system call table, and file system. That makes sense. We're going to start really small and just try to get something running in QEMU first, then we can look at the next steps. I guess I should probably get Claude started too. So let's assume that I get QEMU properly set up. I've installed QEMU. We should break this down into small guidable tasks and focus on how do I want to approach this? Break this down into small guidable tasks and focus on having something committable. We'll go with that. After each task. For example, if we need to write a bootloader, that would be a task. And we would commit once that's finished. Then we move on to the next task. Okay. How do we feel about this? I feel like this is probably a good prompt. I'm maybe missing something, but probably better to just start than not. Second question, should this actually be a prompt or should this be in the Claude MD? I don't know enough about how this stuff works. Bootloader is good, but also BIOS. Yeah, I just was just giving kind of an example for Claude to understand what I meant by task. Let's see how well Claude does with this. I know you just gave me some examples of things, but yeah, let's see. Let's try assume I know nothing about what is necessary to create an operating system. And I need you to guide me. Okay, we'll get this started. Probably should put that in plan mode maybe, but maybe it'll automatically kick over to plan mode. Bread shaped toast. Hey, it's good to see you. Let's see. You're curious to see. No time to stick around, but you're curious to see how the journey goes. Good luck. Yeah, thank you. I'm curious to see how it goes too. Yeah, I'm curious to see how it goes too. I think AI tools are really interesting, and I'm just trying to find a way that makes me feel um, fulfilled using them. And I feel like for a long time, one of the things that I like to do was take concepts and learn them and then blog about them. And even if someone else had already blogged about that concept, me being able to phrase it in a way that makes sense to me might make it make sense to someone else. And I feel like that is that's really valuable. And I feel like AI tools could do that on the fly, which seems really cool. Being able to kind of go back and forth with the tool and hey, QEMU system x86 64. Okay. It just keeps going. Okay, we're gonna have a lot to read. Um, Get and project skeleton. All right, I'm gonna let this finish talking to itself and kick over some different music because I cannot find something that I'm in the mood for. So maybe we do 90s music. Playing clear. Okay, let's read through this. This is a lot. Great foundation. We've got Zig set up. Default Zig init's meant for normal applications. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, let me save some context and lay out the plan. Before a single line of code, you need to understand what we're actually building and why things work the way they do. The big picture, what happens when you power on a computer. When you press the power button, a chain of events happen before any OS code runs, CPU powers on. 16-bit, yeah, real mode, nice. It can only address 1 megabyte of RAM, starts executing from a fixed address, I did not know this, which maps to your BIOS or UEFI chip. What does UEFI stand for? Actually, I don't actually know what BIOS stands for either. I would assume it's like bootable input output system, but off the top of my head, I don't know, and I definitely don't know what UEFI stands for. User something maybe. Does anyone know? Uh, Bread's new here, just saying hello. Oh, saying hello to Bread. I see. Wish Claude was free. Yeah, I also wish Claude, Claude was free. I guess that would be nice. I get why it's not, and I think realistically the price is only going to go up in this year, probably significantly. But if you do want to play around with tools like this, especially for like anything, but like learning opportunities like this, you could also look at Gemini. They have the Gemini CLI. It has a pretty sizable free plan. You could also use ChatGPT free and just ask questions to ChatGPT if you wanted to take that approach. The main downside, and the reason I'm using Claude here really is because it will have context of the stuff that I write. So if I make mistakes or do something wrong or misinterpret some of the guidance that it gives me, it can see the code that I've written and help course correct me. But you could do this exact same thing with something else. You just be a little more on your own for debugging it. Um, let's see. Unified extensible firmware interface. Okay, yeah, I hadn't. I would not have guessed that. Okay, post power on self test. I remember this from high school. Initializes hardware. Pigeon, great to see you. Please enjoy your dinner, and hope you have a good one. BIOS loads the bootloader, reads the first 512 bytes off of your boot disk, the MBR, and jumps to it. The bootloader runs. This is the tricky part. CPU is still in 16-bit mode, and the bootloader must switch to 32-bit protected mode to access more memory and enable memory protection. Switch to 64-bit long mode, the modern mode x86 64 CPUs operate in. Is this sequential? Does it go from 16-bit and then boot into 32, and then from 32 go into 64? I have to assume that that's how that works. Load the kernel from disk into memory. Jump to the kernel's entry point. Your kernel runs. Finally, your code gets control. Writing a bootloader from scratch is a deep topic on its own. 16-bit assembly, disk I/O, A20 line. I don't know what that is. For this project, we will use an existing bootloader and focus on the kernel. That sounds good. Full disclosure, I have played around with Grub before. I attempted this with C, following one of the OSDev pages, and got something working with Grub. But I don't know what. I mean, I don't. I have not used Lamine, or however you would pronounce this. I think so about the incremental jumps from 16 to 32 to 64. That would make sense. I like that you would go one after the other. Okay, Lamine is a modern, well-documented bootloader that handles all the mode switching complexity for you. Handles, actually, is this text big enough? Okay, Lamine. Handles all the mode switching complexity for you. That sounds nice. Handles your kernel control already in 64-bit long mode. Has a clean, well-defined protocol for passing information to the kernel, memory map, frame buffer, info, etc. Actively maintained and used by many hobbyist OS projects. There's an alternative, which is Grub with multi-boot. Widely known but older. Lamine is the modern choice. Sounds great. Let's do that. Here's our roadmap. Lord have mercy, we're not going to get through all this today. Here's every task we'll work through in order. Each one is a commit, git, and project skeleton. That should be easy. Project structure for OSDev, why it differs from a normal app. Cross compilation setup, what freestanding means, zig targets, linker scripts, kernel entry point, how the bootloader hands control to your kernel, Lamine bootloader, and QEMU boot. I would like to get to this point today, at least. This actually would be nice too. Terminal output, so frame buffer, so the Lamine frame buffer, pixel writing fonts, descriptor tables, x86, memory segmentation, CPU level privileges, IDT. It's another acronym. I don't know what that stands for. And interrupts, how CPUs handle exceptions and hardware events. Keyboard input. That would be cool. Yeah, okay. So our goal will be 4 today, and 5 will be our stretch goal. Is the screen black? Shouldn't be. I've got another computer up with the stream here, and it looks fine to me as well. Might want to try refreshing. Okay, page tables, virtual memory address spaces. Yeah, won't necessarily get to all 10 in one session, but that's the arc. Sounds good. Get project skeleton. Get the project under version control. Restructure it from a normal Zig skeleton app to an OS project skeleton. Sure, so let's start here. This is our first task. Why the default scaffold doesn't work. Creates a project that assumes it will run on your host OS. An OS kernel has no OS beneath it, no libc, no syscalls, no standard library runtime. Must be compiled for specific bare metal target, x86, 64 freestanding, loaded at a specific memory address by the bootloader, has a very different entry point, no main args, just a raw function that the bootloader jumps to. So we don't need source root.zig. Okay, so it's got, how do I want to do this? I feel like tmux would have been smart, but a little late now. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to yank this out, and we'll paste this. Did that not leave? Does it? Okay. We're just going to run these side by side. So I've got my Claude guidance here. We'll go there, and then we'll go here. Maybe? Yeah. Okay, cool. Is that still legible? Everything should be visible, I think. It looks like it is. Okay. So we'll just follow this approach right here. So we have our Zig OS. We have our build.zig.zon. Make this a little bigger for you. Let's just fire up Vim and poke at these, make sure everything looks right. Standard build.zig looks good. Build.zig.zon, Zigos version, fingerprint, minimum Zig version. Cool, everything looks good there. Main.zig looks good as well. So, all right, first thing, has no OS beneath it. Yeah, good call. Let's get a init. Let's start there. Initial commit. Great. Okay. Ooh. You know what? Easier that way. Let's try this again. Vim dot get ignore, and I don't want to commit the zig cache. Okay, that looks good. There's our initial commit. All right, let's start cleaning some stuff up. So, following their guidance, um, worth mentioning again, the goal is a learning opportunity here. I know how to use Git. I don't need it to elaborate on this type of stuff. But if it generally is like telling me to do something but not explaining why, especially when we get into the actual OSDev stuff, I'm going to prompt it to tell me why. Create a git ignore. Yep, we just did that. Actually, it probably would have been smart to do the zig out as well. Claude's one step ahead. Okay. Is there any pressure or any work in progress to ensure memory safety, or Zig already ensures safety? Um, so if you're, what do you mean by memory safety? Zig focuses on correctness more than memory safety. I know that might sound weird. It might sound counterintuitive. But if you're coming at this from like a I write Rust lens and I want Zig to be memory safe like Rust, which you could make the case that Rust has several bugs that have been out for a long time, to my knowledge, in the memory safety mechanisms, and then also unsafe code essentially invalidates the fact that there is memory safety. Although I get that it constrains it, and I think it's valuable as is. But I guess the point I'm getting at is like it depends on your definition of memory safe. Does anyone here ever heard of a database-oriented operating system? Database-oriented operating system. No, I have heard of like file systems that are intended to be used for specific databases, or file systems that are intended to be used specifically for databases, but I have not heard of a database-oriented operating system. No and no, but Zig is much better than C when it comes to memory safety. Yeah, I will agree on that. I do think that the language itself just provides more clear boundaries for safety. Okay. Great. Step 3: restructure source files. Delete source root zig. Sure. That's so root dot. I'll try to be narrative as well with the information that I have that Claude doesn't, in case anyone's new to Zig, because it sounds like some people here might be. Root.zig is a file that's generated when you call zig init, as is, and you get a source main and a source root. Root is essentially like your library entry point, and then main would be like if you were building a CLI or an executable application or something of that nature. Make your first commit. Yeah, sure, we've already done that. Let's just do one more commit since we've cleaned up. Great. And I don't need to push because we have nothing to push yet. No remote branch. Okay, what to understand before moving on? Before task 2, make sure you can answer these. What is a freestanding target? It means that there's no OS providing services, no malloc, no printf, no file system. Your code is all there is. What is a linker script? I feel like it hasn't really told us this, and that was kind of the goal, was to have it explain these things. So a linker script is a file that tells the linker where in memory to place each section of your binary. We'll need one because the bootloader expects your kernel at a specific address. Okay. And then what is long mode? Excuse me. 64-bit operating system of x86 CPUs. Lamine will put us here before calling our kernel. Is this Lamine? Is that how this is pronounced? I feel like I'm going to say this like many, many times, and I would like to get it correct. Isn't Windows a database-oriented operating system with the registry being the database? That is an interesting question. If you, I see what you're getting at, and I don't necessarily know if it is a database-oriented operating system, but the registry is technically a database. I would say that's fair, and the registry is very critical to just about everything that Windows does. So yes, I would say maybe it is a database-oriented operating system. Unrelated question: are you planning to go to Software You Can Love Vancouver 2026 in August? I have a very busy year. Um, when is it? When is it? I would love to go. Vancouver is going to be the closest Software You Can Love for me that I would have been to, and I would love to meet Loris and ideally Andrew Kelly in person if Andrew Kelly goes. But I would imagine Loris is there since it's his conference, right? When is Software You Can Love in August? If it is the end of August, there is a chance, and there is maybe a chance if it is the first weekend of August. I don't know. We'll see. Andrew should be going. Yeah, that would be great. I would love to meet him. Okay, let me just pull it up really quick. I don't want to pull up my calendar in front of everyone, but Software You Can Love 2026. June 2026. I thought it was August. June 20th to 23rd. There's a chance I actually might be able to make this. Let's see. It's over Father's Day weekend. Maybe. They moved check update section of the website due to the Olympics. Okay. Rescheduling the conference. Okay. They should update the about page. Intended target is August. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'll need like actual dates before I can commit to anything like that. I would love to go. It has been a goal since I did my interview with Loris 8 months ago now, maybe, when we started talking about Zig's new async stuff that was coming out, and he mentioned going, and I would love to go. So I'll keep an eye on it. Google says it's Limine. Limine. I like that less. You want to create this type of project, Rachicho? Yeah, I do too. So hopefully we can knock out some progress on this and get it going. So let's do that. Sorry, I got tangented for a second, but it's kind of what happens when I stream. So it's part of soft E on the me, not like me. Okay, you know what? Diminy rhymes with diminy, liminy. In limine. Limine. Okay, limine. Limine. I will try to pronounce that correctly. We'll see how it goes. Okay, what is long mode? It's a 64-bit operating mode of x86 CPUs. Limine will put us here before calling our kernel. That makes sense. Once you've done the git init and first commit, let me know and we'll move on. Cross compilation setup, where we will modify build.zig to compile a bare metal kernel instead of a normal executable. This is cool. I've never done this before, so we're already off to a good start. Any questions before we move on? Let's see. Nah. Okay. Committed. I should probably speak normal English to this. No, I've committed, and we should move on to the next step. Oh my gosh, I just realized the chat is not showing up on stream. I wish you all told me that. I also have it set to top chat instead of all. which I am notoriously bad about. So let's try that now. Okay, cool. Looks like that is fixed. Sorry about that. I needed to. I've also got like a little monitor up above my main monitor. So let me swap that over to live chat as well, so I don't miss anything. Yeah, that's a me issue, to be completely honest. I feel like I need to write some custom program to show chat properly. 3 seconds of delay is not too terrible. I have built-in delay, just because it's easier. Like I'm not doing anything that is like real time, and I have to imagine it's easier on YouTube systems. Not that they can't afford to have really great infrastructure, but the point being, it's just it seems courteous. So I do have a little bit of a delay built in via config. So that's I don't think that's necessarily a infrastructure problem as much as it is like a built-in setting. Okay, cool. Claude baked for 1 minute and 25 seconds. That's how you know it's from San Francisco. This task has no QEMU yet. Actually, I guess technically it's not, but Anthropic does have an office in San Francisco. I'm guessing we won't worry about a compositor like Wayland or X11 or such for this run. More just a working terminal OS. Yeah, I just want to build something small. If I really end up enjoying, so I've been building a game in Odin, and I realized that I have not been writing much Zig over the past 3 weeks, basically 4 weeks, 5 weeks. It's been a while, and I wanted to fix that because one of my goals this year was to get really good at writing Zig. And I just lost a headphone. Um, so if I really end up enjoying this project, I will spend more time on it, and maybe we'll get into something like a compositor or something really fun. But for now, um, yeah, for now, we'll just see where this takes us. Terminal based is more than fine for me. This task has no, okay, step two, no QEMU yet. The goal is purely to produce a valid bare metal elf binary. We can actually run this through an Odin program I've written called elf inspect to make sure it works. So maybe we'll do that too. You'll understand why each change is necessary. Concepts first. What is a target in Zig? So a target, when Zig compiles code, it needs to know three things about the target: architecture, OS, and the ABI. Um, I know what ABI is, but I don't know what ABI stands for. So let's just figure that out. What does ABI stand for? Yeah, it's the ankle brachial index. No, it's in OS. Application binary interface. Simple enough. Okay, so the default build.zig uses B standard target, which defaults to your host machine. We need to hard code our target. That makes sense. What is a linker script? So after Zig compiles your source to machine code, the linker combines everything into a final binary and decides where in memory each piece lives. A linker script gives the linker explicit instructions. Put .text, so our code, at address, and then there's our hex address. Put BSS, uninitialized data, after that, etc. Okay, so cool. Linker script is essentially just telling it where to put data so that our bootloader will jump to that address and execute what needs to be executed there. We need this because the bootloader will jump to that address and expect to find our kernel there. Without it, the linker would place things at OXO or wherever it feels like. Okay. Um, man, it's very nice to have a very chatty stream. This is nice to look up and actually see a bunch of messages. Gemini feels slightly better than ChatGPT on the free side of AI. Yeah, I think I would agree, especially for coding. I've played around with all of them a little bit. I guess we won't worry about the compositor. Yep, we already talked about that. Did a quick copilot, and it says Windows is not a database-oriented operating system. Fair. Again, I think it's like philosophical, right? Depends on what your idea of a database is, and then if you agree that a database is a tool for storing and managing and persisting data, the kernel does fit, or not the kernel, the registry does fit that pretty well. Odin is a great language if you can make some bindings for Odin to C graphics libraries. You can do some great stuff for games, but Odin probably has better graphics libraries by now. Odin ships with vendor bindings for many major graphics libraries. Um, so yeah, I would definitely recommend checking it out. I have not written a single binding, and I've done stuff with SDL2 and Raylib, and it's been very nice with both. You'll probably need a good make and CMake file for the setup for the OS for Zig. Yeah, you're probably right. We'll see if Claude suggests it, and then can I share my prompt? Yeah, I can share my prompt. Um, it might be easiest if I just scroll up really quick and you see this. Um, I'm just, I'll put this in a Git repo. So whoa, wrong keys. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. We can format it later. I don't want to spend time doing that. There you go. I'm not a prompt expert. There might be better ways to do this, so just keep that in mind. But that is the prompt, and then I will share that out once we push this up. Okay. So linker script, yeah. So why 1 MB? The first 1 MB of physical memory on x86 is reserved. BIOS, video memory, etc. live there. 1 MB is the traditional safe start address for a kernel. I've already forgotten how to pronounce this. Lemony, lemony. There we go. Like lemony snicket. Lemony will actually load our elf according to its program headers, which get their addresses from our linker script. The red zone. Why disable it? x86-64 has an ABI convention called the red zone, a 128 byte area below the current stack pointer that a function can use without adjusting the stack pointer. That's really interesting. I did not know that. ABI convention called the red zone, a 128 byte area below the current stack pointer that a function can use without adjusting the stack pointer. Do all programs that run on x86 support this? Your stacks are just magically 128 bytes bigger than they should be because you have this area below the stack pointer. And then if so, okay, I've got a million questions about this. This is maybe a tangent and something I could do more research for on my own time. I did not know this. And also, maybe maybe this is a hallucination. I don't know. We should probably validate that. That is one downside to these models, right? So x86 red zone. Tell me more. Okay, cool. A fixed size area and a function stack frame below for push down stack. The current stack pointer that is reserved and saved to use. Commonly used in leaf functions, so functions that don't call other functions for allocating additional stack memory without moving the stack pointer, which saves an instruction. I had no idea. I've been writing programs for 16 years, and I had no idea that this was a thing. Microsoft Windows does not have the concept of a red zone on x86. Interesting. However, Microsoft Windows has a red zone. Oh, this is small. I'm so sorry. Safe from modification by interrupt exception signal handles. The CPU is generally not aware of the red zone. However, it switches to the kernel stack in case of an interrupt. If the kernel itself tried to use the red zone in a preemptible context, the contents would be trashed. Okay. So it's like it's a red zone, but it's a red zone for us. We can't touch it. Interesting. Oh, I remember that now. My OS course professor called that 1 MB the start a magic megabyte. I'm curious why xmake is needed for a Zig project. I thought Zig build system tries to replace it. I am unsure. I'll trade you 16 years of programming for many years from high school in college of Java programming. Yeah, I started with Java for what it's worth. My high school course was in Java, and then we did some Java in college, and then I ultimately dropped out around a little after looking at other languages. So I was doing some PHP for work during college, and some Java for Android Cupcake, and Objective C for iOS before automatic reference counting was a thing. So um, iOS 4, maybe? I don't remember exactly. Um, Point being, spent a lot of time with Java, found other languages, and then realized the pace at which I was learning things in college, I was outpacing with work and personal projects. Fun stories of that language. I thought, let's see, how do I say this without getting demonetized? Um, I thought about making an OnlyFans where I post not safe for work programming stuff and it's just PHP code. Uh, I don't think anyone would actually like outside of maybe 1 month subscribing as a joke. I don't think anyone would actually like stick with it. So it doesn't seem like the juice is worth the squeeze. But if that was something like I don't know, if I ever end up writing a bunch of PHP, then maybe I'll do like a Patreon or an OnlyFans or something where my PHP code goes. Okay. The joke there is that PHP is not safe for work because it's PHP. But okay, kernel encode doesn't use the red zone. Also, yeah, that makes sense. All right, let's clean up the project. We've done this already. Claude's a little behind. Right? Did we do this? Yeah, we did. Okay. All right, rewrite build.zig. Replace the entire contents of build.zig. I'm going to follow your instructions, Claude, but you got to explain why. I'm not just going to do it blindly. Okay. So we're importing standard library. You don't have to explain that. I do understand that myself. Create a new build function. I'm curious if it's actually using Zig 015 syntax here, or if I'm going to have to change some of this. But I'm going to type out the comments because they're going to help me internalize what we're actually doing. So I'm going to type them as I read them. So we define our own target rather than using standard target options. That makes sense. This hard codes x86-64 freestanding none. So it's a 64-bit CPU with no OS, no ABI. And then const target is b.resolve target query. And then our query is going to be CPU arch is dot x86. OS tag is dot free, not free BSD, freestanding. And our ABI is none. We need to disable the red zone. The red zone is an x86-64 ABI optimization that lets functions use 128 bytes below the stack pointer without adjusting RSP. RSP. Stack pointer? I don't know what the R stands for, but that would make sense that SP is stack pointer there. Hardware interrupts would corrupt this. Must go. Must go. Okay, sure. CPU features sub, so subtract. Standard target x86 feature set. And bada bing. Dot red zone. Okay, that doesn't look like a thing. Did it just make this up? What does this take? Features. Const f. Where does f come from? Feature set functions, go to references. We want x86, right? Okay. A little confused on how that's structured. Uh, okay. Lots of new things. In your spare time, if you really want a good grasp on full-scale operating system from scratch, Serenity OS is a good read on source code for an OS from scratch. I did look at some open source operating systems to try to get an idea of how they work. My problem with that is it's so much code, and I don't know where to even start, like where the right entry point is. So my hope here is to get a better understanding on how this stuff fits together, and then I can start to read um, larger code bases and have an idea of like how it actually fits together. It's C++ though. Yeah, I mean that's fine. I don't mind C++. I'd rather not write it, but not a huge deal. Andreas Kling is king. I don't know who that is. Actually, that name actually sounds familiar. Andreas Kling. He likes computers. Me too. Oh, the Ladybird guy. Yeah, that's why. Okay, I was like, that name sounds familiar. Okay, what is going on here? Why is this wrong? Feature set. What have you instructed me, Claude? Have I failed you? Okay, let's just continue for now and see if the LSP like sorts itself out. Okay, we've got our optimize here. Const optimize is b dot standard optimize options. This is nice too because in theory we can keep our debug symbols. I'm not sure how that will actually manifest if we can do that with what we're building, but in theory we could keep debug symbols or change our optimization options as well. Okay, so we have a name. We're going to call this kernel. I'm just going to follow this to a T for now instead of, giving things slightly different names. b.create module. Hey, that's good. Root source file is b.path. And it'll be source main.zig. Looks good. Target is target. Optimize is optimize. All right, comments. The kernel code model tells the compiler that our code lives in the upper 2 gigabytes of address space. This matters for how the CPU encodes memory references in instructions. Code model. Never seen that flag before, to be completely honest. Or that option, I should say, not necessarily a flag. Okay. Oh man. Random off topic question. Favorite code editor for me? It's terminal editor called Helix, but sometimes I use an IDE like Codium. I don't know what Codium is. I've used Helix. I tried Helix because someone asked about my Helix color scheme, and I'm like, I don't know what Helix even is. And then I saw it, and I figured I would give it a shot. Helix seems fine. I have like a NeoVim setup that I really like. So for the most part, I bounce between NeoVim and VS Code. If I'm reading code, I tend to prefer the visual GUI of VS Code. If I'm writing code, I tend to prefer NeoVim. You're writing a bootloader in OS and Zig as well. This stuff is fun, much more enjoyable than C anyway. I've never written one in, well, I shouldn't say never. I did a little bit of a tutorial on the OSDev wiki for doing one in C. But yeah, I just like Zig. Zig's a nice language, so I'd rather use it. Andreas Kling is also the creator of Serenity OS. I did not know that. Okay, so we have our kernel.set linker script. We're gonna have to write a linker script. So our path here is gonna be linker.ld. Looks good. b.install artifact kernel. Anything else? No, that's it. Okay. That didn't fix itself up here. I still don't know exactly what I'm doing wrong. Let me just double check the code up here. Standard target x86 feature set. bu- 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 Target x86 feature has no member named red zone. All right. To the docs. Show me target. Standard. Target. I just saw x86. Standard target x86. Features. Okay, there is no red zone feature here. So Claude, you have lied to me. How dare you? Okay, create linker LD, create a new file. Interesting. Okay. How do I want to approach this? So here's my issue. I feel like if I interrupt Claude's context here, that might be bad. But it has given me something that is invalid. This red zone flag does not exist. I've proved it because in the docs here under the features, unless like that's got to be random, right? Yeah, I don't know why it thinks there's a red zone. So I think we come back to this. So let's just follow the instructions to a T, and then whenever we get to the point where we are ready to actually build, and we see that this fails to build because this is broken, then we'll prompt Claude to fix it. So let's touch linker.ld. Actually, should just vim that. Let's see. Okay, I've never written one of these, so I'm gonna go slow and make sure I'm learning as I go. Create a new file at the project root called linker.ld. So this will be tell the linker where execution starts. Come on, don't do that. Entry will be kernel main. I don't know where that value comes from. I know that we technically are the thing that we're producing has been named kernel in our build.zig. And maybe this underscore is pointing to is kernel main like that. So I'm curious if that just like translates directly to calling the main method on this kernel or how that works. I don't know, but we'll circle back to that. So that's our entry. So we have some sections. Starting place sections at the 1 megabyte mark. So it's just dot equals 0x1 1 2 1 2 3 for megabytes. Text holds your executable code. Okay. Oh my god, come on. Text. This almost kind of looks like CSS here. It's a little weird. Okay. So text star. I have no idea what those symbols are doing. I missed a comment up here too, and I'm going to go ahead and add that before I forget. Start placing sections at the 1 MB mark. Okay. Catching up on chat. It's going well. Bootloader's working. Taking a break to hone your Zig skills. Nice. More stuff in Zig is always a pleasant thing to see. Yeah, Zig is still C like at heart with memory stuff, and I'm still getting used to the syntax and the allocators, which are big in it. It is fun to learn though. I see Zig as a more modern C with much better memory safety. It's more enjoyable, or sorry, much better safety. It's more enjoyable as well. The kernel main is like start, is it not? I actually I don't know. This is I've mentioned this previously, but for people who have just joined, I don't entirely know what I'm doing here. The goal is to learn. So these are probably things where we're going to stop and ask a bunch of questions to Claude after this and try to get some clarity. Okay. Let's just go ahead and finish this step, and then we'll pepper him with questions. Yeah, most of my background is front end web applications, mobile applications, and then back end servers. So operating system, this low level stuff it's just new to me, and it's part of the reason why I have so much fun with it, to be completely honest. But yeah, row data dot star. The start function. I see. Okay, hang on. I see. Basically, the start function is where the elf binary launches from. But if you develop a kernel, you can choose your own main function. Oh, okay. Man, who needs Claude when I've got you all? Global static variables. Data. I'm so skeptical of Claude honestly guiding me to anything that actually works. Since it's like, it's token prediction essentially. So like I give it a bunch of tokens and it predicts what comes next. Um, I just don't know if there's enough OS level Zig stuff for it to be confident. We'll see though. I mean, this is a bit of the experiment, right? And even if it gets me close, maybe I can manually cross-reference stuff in OSDev wiki or similar to kind of get things going. BSS holds 0 initialized globals. The bootlander zeros this for us. Okay. It takes up no space in the binary file. Just a size record. Sounds good. .bss. Common. .bss. .star. All right, what else we got? That's it. That's it for our linker. Okay. Main.zig, and then I think that'll be the last step. So then we can ask a bunch of questions to Claude. Replace the entire contents. You got it. I'm gonna even include the comments here. So no at import standard OS level features are available. I'm gonna put that in caps too because that feels intense. We are the OS. Cool. We can still import standard for types and compile time utilities. That's good to know. All right, what else we got? Export makes this function visible to the linker by the exact name. Oh, okay, that answers that question. So kernel main matching the entry in our linker script. Yeah, okay, cool. We answered one of our own questions. That feels good. No return tells Zig this function never returns. Simple enough. If it did, there's nothing to return to. The CPU would execute whatever garbage is in memory after our kernel. Interesting. Okay, that makes sense why we wouldn't want to return there then. So let's go ahead and create our function, export function kernel main. This maps to what was defined in our linker. We're using the C call convention. Makes sense. And then no return. Stuff like standard mem, standard math, standard built-in should work also. Standard mem, standard math, standard built-in. I really hope so, because if I'm not able to use standard mem, I feel like might be somewhat debilitating on the benefits of Zig as opposed to C at that point. Although, I guess really our kernel shouldn't. I don't know. I shouldn't speculate. I don't know enough about this to speculate, but it feels like our kernel making a bunch of allocations probably is not something we want to do. HLT is that halt. Suspends the CPU until the next interrupt. I believe that is halt. Cheaper than a busy spin and correct behavior for do nothing. Interesting. While true. And it feels good to be coding in Zig again. ASM volatile. Halt or Hilt or Holt. Steve Holt. Zig requires a panic handler. Normally, the standard library provides one. Why no return? Provides one. It prints to standard error and exits. But we have no standard error. Yeah, we have to build our own, right? And no exit. And even then, our kernel would be, the standard error would be operating inside of our kernel, our program. So it's not like we would have standard error to write to. We provide our own that just halts. Sounds good. What's this look like? So pub fun panic message const u8 error return trace, maybe a pointer to import. Okay, sorry, I'm not gonna write this one for one. I don't like that at all. Let's try this again. So we can import standard dot built-in dot stack trace, and then we're just gonna const stack trace. Really not a fan of like the imports inline like that. So pointer to a stack trace, much better. Return address, usize, comma there. So we'll format it. No return. Great. Oh yeah. Need to give this error return trace. Much better. Allow these to be unused. error return trace. Underscore return address. ASM volatile halt. Okay. Nice. Okay. Any questions so far? Standard mem allocators won't work, but you can create your own allocators. That makes sense. That's nice. That seems reasonable to me. Okay, this is not going to work. I'm positive it won't. So let's just go ahead and start there. Zig build. Yeah, okay, perfect. This is exactly what I thought. I am going to copy and paste this into Claude. I'm not going to copy and paste from Claude, but I think copy and pasting into Claude seems fair. And we'll start there. So yeah, so step 5. Let's read all of this first, and then we'll paste and prompt Claude to help point us in the right direction. So zig build, then confirm the output is a real 64-bit elf file, zig out. You can also inspect the section layout. We're going to use elf inspect for that. Should show your text section starting at or near 1 megabyte. If you had a compilation error about panic, the panic handler signature has shifted slightly across zig versions. If 0.15.2 rejects the signature above, try this alternative using standard options. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Once zig build succeeds and file confirms it's a 64-bit elf, commit. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're not there yet. So we have an error when trying to build. I'm going to paste the error here, and I'm also going to provide it some context. I do not see that feature in the standard docs listed here. Boop. Oh my god, I pasted the same thing twice. Sorry, let's try that again. Yeah. There we go, much better. Super cool idea pairing with Claude like this. How's it been going so far? Is it doing well with Zig? We're pretty early in, to be honest. It I don't know. Once we get something on QEMU and it's actually like booting, I will probably have more thoughts. Um, yeah, these tools are really interesting. I have vibe coded because I wanted to try it and I can't really stand it. I don't feel like I learn or internalize anything, and for me, that's really a problem. Maybe one day, like the value that I bring to the projects that I work on won't be context and expertise, and then maybe vibe coding will be the way of the future. I really hope not, but I'm trying to find ways to make these tools work best for me because they're really powerful and they're interesting. I like the idea of AI for accessibility, but I think accessibility becomes a really interesting term too, right? Because when you think about accessibility, it's often for people who have need special assistance essentially. Um, and it's making that special assistance not special and just normal assistance that people can have to do the things that they're doing. But for me, like, we could take the word accessibility and say that like operating system stuff is inaccessible to me. I've tried reading through the OSDev wiki before, and it feels sort of disorganized and kind of hard to go through. um, the way that some of it's written is not very clear. So I thought, what if I said the thing that's inaccessible to me is operating system dev, and can I prompt Claude to guide me through it? But I don't want it to write any code because I know that I will not internalize the stuff that I'm doing if it writes code for me. um Sorry, I'm passionate about figuring out my own feelings on all this stuff, so I maybe didn't answer your question but just kind of tangented. So yeah, I don't know how it's going so far. Show us build code please to search with you. I Show us build code, please, to search with you. I don't necessarily know what you're asking for. Do you just want the build.zig? Because here's the build.zig. My only problem with front end is I hate doing CSS. I'm not much of a design and color and making stuff fit on the page. I just like building logic and stuff that works. Yeah, I'm actually right there with you. I had a stint where I was considering switching over to like a UX design type role early in my career, and I had a lot of fun with that. But as time has gone on, I have just done less and less CSS, and thankfully the front end landscape has evolved to the point where there's benefit in being like a logic and not necessarily just logic, but more of oh my gosh, why is it so hard to think through this thought? Um, because Sugar Ray is very loud in my ear. Um, you can do front end without touching a lot of CSS. Like, I feel like the amount of CSS that projects have in them has not increased tremendously, but the amount of JavaScript or TypeScript or React or whatever you're writing has increased tremendously. And there's like actual engineering to be done in the React side of things, for better or worse. Maybe it shouldn't be that complicated if we were making websites fine without it 15 years ago. But yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at too. Okay. Good catch. That feature name changed or doesn't exist as a CPU feature. It's an ABI convention, not an actual CPU feature, so it may not appear in the x86 feature enum at all. Okay, I'm also just out of curiosity, like if I search for red zone, no red zone. Okay, cool. Nothing in the entirety of the documentation. To fix, remove the CPU features line entirely. Here's why it's safe for now. You already set the ABI to none, meaning no standard ABI is assumed. The red zone's part of the system v AMD 64 ABI. With no ABI, there's no convention to violate. Okay, that makes sense to me. I am delegating trust to Claude that this is correct. The red zone becomes a real problem specifically in interrupt handlers because the CPU itself, not your code, pushes data onto the stack at the point of an interrupt, clobbering that 128 byte zone. We don't have interrupt handlers yet. When we get to task 7, we'll handle this properly, likely by ensuring that the interrupt entry stubs in assembly explicitly adjust the stack pointer before doing anything else, which sidesteps the issue entirely, regardless of what the compiler assumed. Okay, I have a lack of understanding on how all this fits together, but what is said and with what the understanding I have, this does make sense. Trust Claude bit mistakes foreseen. Yeah, yeah, you're right. We'll see how that goes. I didn't see anything in the Zig standard docs, which honestly maybe that's not a very logical standard. Okay. Show me ABI. Resolve target query. Let's start there. Resolve target query. Let's do a little bit more research and not just delegate everything to all of my trust to Claude. OS tag. Show me the ABI. Okay. This has been closed. This is an old one. Mandated 128 byte red zone. Optimize leaf functions by bumping the stack pointer. Customary for OS kernels to disable the red zone. Could not find any. Okay, yeah, I'm glad we didn't delegate all of our trust because it looks like, yeah. It led to the new CLI flags, M red zone, M no red zone. I believe the two questions are now answered. Is Zig allowed to take advantage of the red zones? Oh, interesting. This was closed. Okay, I think, let's see. I wonder if you can give Claude a foundation operating systems book so it can help learn the fundamentals. Yeah, I don't know. That's a really great question. I'm not sure what it would take to give it a book. I have to imagine they can read through PDFs and like internalize that data. That might not be a bad idea. I also like worth mentioning if that's something you're interested in, you should look at Notebook LM. It's one of the AI tools that like I will unapologetically use. But you can essentially give it resources and then prompt it with questions about things, and it can generate podcasts, which are kind of weird. But it's like two people talking about the materials that you have given it. I like it a lot. It's by Google, but it's yeah. I get that all of the harm that may be caused from using it, especially environmentally and all of that. But it almost feels I shouldn't say it feels worth it. That sounds bad, but I'm yeah, I like that one a lot. Options want red zone. Okay, cool. Hang on, this looks promising. Compilation. I don't know if this is still valid. Want red zone. Where does this come from? Options. Option target. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Is there? Okay. Um. It's just so much of this is so old. Compilation. comp root mod red zone. So we have our target. Okay, let's look down here. Is there red? Ah, aha. Ha ha ha. What is this though? What are what are my options? Oh, it's a Boolean. Ha ha ha. We found it. All right, that's what we get for not delegating trust to Claude. I'm also just gonna let it know that I did that just in case. Um, that the b dot create modules. Oh shoot. Module options has a red zone field and it's a Boolean flag, so I set it to false. Okay. Look at my first retracted message, please. Why was your message retracted? Did you do this? Did you retract it, or did you get moderated? What happened? What's going on here? Channel activity. I can put you in timeout, but I don't want to do that. I don't know. Do I have moderator tools? I got to figure out how to use YouTube properly if we're going to keep streaming. Viewer activity, maybe. No. Analytics? No. Yeah, I don't know how to moderate. No idea. I don't know why your message was retracted. No, it was a code snippet. Oh, okay. They probably retracted. If you want to throw, if you're at a computer and you want to throw it in a gist and then give me a link. Links won't work either. Because it's a live stream and they don't allow links in lives, to my knowledge. Crud. Yeah, I'm not sure how to get that to me, but I would be happy to take a look if you can find a way. Thanks for the amazing content, Code with Cypher. Really enjoying your videos. One of the few real ones in the game right now. Thank you so much. I would give you a heart if I could, but it gave me a 100. There's hearts in the chat. Yeah, thank you. That really means a lot to me. I started doing this a long time ago just as something to really do and try. And as time has gone on, I just feel like more and more creators in the tech space are just creating like rage bait and not necessarily AI slop, but just slop, like things that just are like brain rot type material. Sorry, I'm trying not to be too judgmental or overzealous, but I don't know. I learned so much from YouTube when I was younger and earlier in my career, and I just don't see people producing that type of content anymore, and it just makes me sad. So that's kind of my goal. I figured if I'm learning Zig, I should do it in front of people, and we can run through the same experience. And it's not just Zig at this point; it's Zig and Odin and Gleam, and all sorts of new languages that I've found because people have suggested them from me doing this stuff. So yeah. Sorry, I'll try not to tangent too much. We want this kind of content, bro. Thanks. Yeah, of course. That's exactly right. Good investigative work. That's the correct way to do it in Zig 0.15.2. The red zone is a module level code generation option, not a CPU feature, which is why it lives in the module config. Sounds good. Save that for future reference. Good. That's why I asked you. Okay, let's Zig build. Show me something good. And I lost a headphone. Okay, built-in calling convention has no member named C. Really? Standard built-in calling convention. Interesting. So many options here. C. Functions marked as extern or export are given this calling convention by default. C. Interesting. Okay. I don't need this, right? Because it's exported. And then literally what it just said is functions that are exported are given this calling convention by default. Let's try that. See if that's true. Or if there's some Zig docs that need to be improved. That finished immediately, so that's a good sign. Hi, can someone suggest a nice course to roll into comp sci? To roll into comp. What do you mean by roll into comp sci? Like a precursor that you want to take to like become more familiar with computer systems, or what are you talking? Okay, cool. So we have an output, right? Zig out. Looks good. Yeah, it's a good sign. I'm gonna be weird about this and use my own tool that I've built in Odin because why not? Elf inspect zig out kernel. Boom! It's an elf file. That's great. That's great. Oh, starting 1 megabyte. Love to see it. Sweet. I'm also going to shameless plug if you want to learn how to build this project in in Odin. There's a video on my channel where we build it. It's called Odin First Impressions. I would recommend checking it out. It's very similar to this in the fact that like I don't know Odin going into this, so we learn it and you can learn it with me. But yeah, we build this little program that inspects elf files and uses packed structs in Odin, and it's nice. It ends up being a great tool for that project. Yeah, so we have an elf file, so we're good. I do feel like maybe I should also, just to make sure, I should follow Claude's advice and check. Elf 64-bit, LSB executable, x86, 64, version 1, statically linked with debug info, not stripped. Sounds good. Handmade Hero by Casey Muratori. Okay, you guys are talking about something that is not something I have too much to add to, so I will let you continue that in the chat. Better than a comp site, agree. Yeah, well, maybe I should check it out then. I'll keep my punk rock to myself. Let's see. Cool. So we're good. We're good. Linker and compile elf binary. Nothing to push. I am going to copy and paste this into Claude so it has proof that we've hit its checkpoint. Let Claude do its thing for a minute. So since we were talking about comp sci, I've heard good things about comp sci for I'm trying to remember exactly what the books are called, but literally my favorite programming book, SICP. There are these new, like, maybe it's Teach Yourself Computer Science. No, but these actually seem great. I would love to read this at some point. Very good book on operating systems, allegedly. This is actually, I have this. I need to read this. But that is indeed my problem. I say as I look at my database design book sitting over here as well. Compiler book, data intensive applications. Yeah, this is not the site I was looking for, but there's like there are these new books that came out that are like show me Goodreads. We have a minute while Claude's working. Oh God. Can I not search without signing in? Okay, that's not cool. Google Books, maybe? Can I search without signing in? Computer science. I loved getting a CS degree, but I hate the debt. Yeah. My computer science courses, I went to a very small, well, relatively small college, and it wasn't like a community college, but it was like a sister school of a larger college, like a remote camp, or not a, yeah, I guess remote campus is maybe the appropriate term. And it wasn't great. Not to say that it wouldn't be great for anyone else, or college wouldn't be great, and do whatever makes sense for you. But my experience was not great. Um, for engineers. Maybe it's, why can I not remember the name of this book? Um, most of my effective things I learned was all self-taught, though, to be honest. Yeah, I'm actually in the exact same, I would mirror that sentiment. Most of the stuff that I've learned that has been useful was self-taught. Um, there's this series of books, and they're essentially like comp sci for people who have been doing software development, but maybe don't have the comp sci background. So maybe you're self-taught, or maybe you got in through a boot camp or something. Um, Let me just check my phone really quick and see if I have a list for that. Uh, a Programmer's Guide to Computer Science. Boom, that's what it's called. Okay. I've heard really good things about these. I don't know how true they are, but my understanding is that they're cheap books, like not very expensive. Um, but yeah, this book, Virtual Degree for the Self-Taught Developer, 4.4 stars, 340 reviews. Seems, not necessarily bad, but the idea is like they're not going to cover the stuff that like you would know because you've been writing software for X number of years, but they're just going to focus on like the comp sci parts. Um, so yeah, I've heard really good things. I plan to pick these up at some point just to see if there's gaps that I have, which I know there are gaps, and to fill those in. But worth mentioning, they're somewhat cheap, but they're multiple volumes. So I think there's like two or three. So just keep that in mind too. But yeah, I've heard good things. That might be something to look at. I've not read it myself though. Uh, Andrew Tannenbaum book. Okay, let's check that out really quick. Tannenbaum. Is it Modern Operating Systems? Is it this book? The one that came out in 2001? Modern. Cute little pictures. I don't know where this came from, and I didn't open this on stream, so don't worry about that. But yeah. Save that tab for later. Interesting. Okay. Let's get back to it. Claude's finished, so let's continue our journey. University's true values and connection making. I feel friends, professors, work connections, opportunities. Yeah, unfortunately, the friends I made in college, I don't talk to any of them anymore. Most of the ones that I hung out with in college were people I also hung out with in high school. Um, is there anyone I met in college that? Yeah, I guess there's a couple people that I keep in touch with, but I don't like. I wouldn't say I'm close with them. And then professors, I don't keep up with any of my professors. Again, I dropped out, so my mileage may be different. And then work connections for opportunities, yeah, that wasn't really a thing for me in college either. Clean Elf, commit, let's move on. Limini, bootloader, and QEMU. This is the part I'm excited about. Create a bootable ISO image, boot our kernel with Limini, and see it run in QEMU. We'll add a minimal VGA text right as proof of life without any output. A black screen could mean success or failure, and there'd be no way to tell. Sounds good. Thanks, Claude. Concepts first. What is a boot protocol? The bootloader needs to agree with your kernel on a contract. How is the kernel loaded? At what address? And how does the bootloader pass information to it? Makes sense. This contract is the boot protocol. Makes boot protocol, not brute. Limini's protocol works via requests. You embed special data structures in your kernel binary with magic number IDs. Limini scans your ELF for these structures before jumping to your entry point and fills in the response fields. If you don't embed any requests, Limini still boots you. You just get but you get no information back. Man. The one request that's mandatory for a well-behaved Limini kernel is the base revision request. It tells Limini which version of the protocol you support, and Limini sets a field to 0 to confirm it supports your revision. We check this at startup. How does a bootable ISO work? Or ISO. An ISO 9660 disk image can carry a special El Torito boot record. That's cool. When QEMU or real hardware boots from it, the BIOS reads the boot record, finds the Limini boot binary inside the ISO, loads it into memory, and runs it. Limini then reads limini.conf from the ISO, finds your kernel elf, loads it, and jumps to kernel main. That's cool. That's a lot going on right there, but it's neat that like Limini is going to help take care of that for us. Maybe at some point we'll build our own bootloader and all sorts of other fun stuff, but one thing at a time. Empathy. It's great to see you. We've needed monstrous levels of empathy for a while, so I'm glad you're here. VGA text mode. So the original IBM PC defined the text mode display as a physical address. It's a flat array of 16-bit values. The low byte is the ASCII character. The high byte is the color attribute. This still works in QEMU and on most real hardware. Limini identity maps the first 4 gigabytes of physical memory so we can access 0xb8000 directly as a pointer. Why? Okay. I don't think you technically need a bootloader. You can kexec directly into the kernel. What is kexec? Install dependencies. We need Limini and xoriso. I don't know what this is. We've been talking about Limini for a while. I feel pretty confident with it. Oh, okay. Burns ISO images. Cool. Simple enough. I cannot paste from Claude. That's a requirement. So we'll just yay Limini and xorriso. Really? Sorry, what? Okay. Yep. Don't forget to drink water. Okay, cool. Show me Limini. Great. Show me xorriso. Cool. We got them both. Cool. All right. Take note of the exact file names. We'll reference them in the build script. What file names? What file names are you talking about? Take note of the exact, like Limini? Like this file name? Okay. Sure. Update linker. So Limini scans the ELF load segments. Oh, we never asked it all of our questions about the loader. So, okay, we'll do that during this step. I totally forgot about that. Show me the linker. We need to make sure our requests aren't garbage collected by the linker. Add a dedicated section for them. Update your linker LD. So in our sections up here at the top, we're going to add a new one. Keep limiting request structures. Linker must not discard them. Okay. Limiting requests. Let's try that. Keep lemony requests. Lemony requests dot star. Is that the only? I wish it showed this as like a git patch, and I could at least see the differences. I don't think anything else has changed. No, nothing else has changed. Okay. I want to try something really quick. So Claude has this btw command. It's a quick side question without interrupting the main thread. Can you explain the syntax for the linker code? I am unfamiliar with it and would like to understand how it works. Okay, while that's cooking, actually we have a lot going on here. Maybe I'll just wait for that to cook. And it'll be a good opportunity to change music. Let's do musicals. Okay, cool. Perfect. This is what I wanted. Great questions. Linker scripts have a terse syntax that isn't explained well in most places. Let me break down every piece of ours. So the entry, this tells our linker which symbol is the entry point. The first instruction that will execute, it gets recorded in the elf header. The bootloader reads that section and jumps to whatever address the symbol's at. Okay, makes sense. Sections. This is the main block. Everything inside describes how to lay out the output binary in memory. A linker's job is to take many input.o files and combine them into one output binary. Makes sense. Sections block controls how that combination happens. Okay. This is the location counter. That's helpful. It tracks what address are we currently placing things at. Setting it to 1 meg means start placing sections at the 1 megabyte mark. Everything after this line gets placed sequentially from that address onward. Okay. Section definition. So we have text. The left of the colon is the name of the output section being created in your final binary. Makes sense. The body describes what goes into that output section. .text. This is an input section glob. Star means from any input file, any O file in the linker process. Text means take the text section name .text from those files. And then, take also any section whose name starts with text. Okay, cool. I did not know that. That is cool. That makes sense. So in plain English, create an output section called text and fill it with all the text sections from every input file. After this block closes up, the location counter has advanced by however many bytes text took up. The next section starts immediately after. Okay, that makes sense. Row data is read-only data. Data is initialized global and static variables. BSS is zero initialized globals. They take no space in the file, just records the size. The OS bootloader zeroes it out at load time. The compiler emits code into these sections automatically. You don't have to tell it const x is equal to 5 at global scope. It just ends up in RO data by default. The compiler emits code into these sections. Okay. Keep is the directive that tells the linker, do not discard this even if nothing references it. Linkers perform dead code elimination, so if a symbol isn't referenced anywhere, they throw it away to save space. Our liminy request structure is never called by our code. Liminy finds Okay, they find it by scanning memory, so without keep, the linker would delete it, and Lemony would never find it. Inside BSS, common is a pseudo section for uninitialized global variables that the compiler hasn't committed to a specific section yet, a legacy C concept. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. This makes sense to me. Also, by the way, works really nice. All right, take a look at our main.zig. Why I'm so very curious why it had us write anything in our main.zig if we're just going to replace everything. Okay, this is the same, so we're not going to replace our panic. Okay, yeah, we're not going to replace everything. We're going to throw this stuff in the place where it makes sense. Okay. 3, U64, link section. Lemony requests. I've actually never used a link section keyword before in Zig. Magic numbers. I'm gonna copy these magic numbers. I know, sorry. One of my requirements was that I cannot copy anything from Claude. I'm breaking that right here to copy these magic numbers instead of risk not typing them correctly. Revision, we want Lemony write 0 here if supported. Okay, cool. All right, our kernel main has changed. So verify Lemony honored our base revision request. If index 2 is non-zero, Lemony didn't support revision 3. No, 3. So if Lemony base revision 2 is not equal to 0, while true ASM volatile halt. Right, zig OS to VGA text mode memory at 0xb 8000. Each U16 attribute high byte ASCII car low byte. Okay, that makes sense. White text on black background. Sounds good. Const VGA. Let's get some colors. Volatile U16. Pointer from int. I'm actually curious why do we need to do pointer from int here? 8000. Const message zig os booted for message 0 dot dot car VGA index as U16 OXOF bit shift it by 8. Okay. mechanic's the same. Build iso.sh. I really don't want to type all this out since this is just shell scripting. Okay. By the way, in our kernel main, why must we use pointer from int? I am going to copy and paste this. I know that was my requirement, but this is shell scripting and I'm stringing together things. I'm not super concerned about missing out on knowledge there. Oh, we have an issue. Yep, fixed. Okay. What was this called? Build iso.sh. Sure, you got it. Build. Then build iso.sh. Big paste. Cool. Update the get ignore. Yeah, you got it. Sounds good. So we've got our zig cache. We want iso root and zigos.iso. Kick it off. Nice. That's what I get for copying and pasting. Line 48. 48. Oh, these are all over indented, aren't they? There's probably a much quicker way to do this. I probably should have macroed it, to be honest, but here we are. Am I running Claude locally on my terminal? Yes. I'm not entirely sure how else would I be running it? Maybe I'm missing something. I've got it running right here in I'm using the Claude Code CLI. Sorry, I'm just a little confused. I don't know if there are other ways to run it. Do you mean like am I running the model locally? In which case, no, I'm definitely not running the model locally. Okay, cool. That's a good sign. Let's circle back to this, by the way. So in our kernel main, why must we use pointer from int? So this is a raw integer. It's a physical memory address, not a zig pointer. Zig won't let you dereference a plain integer directly. You need to explicitly tell the compiler, treat this integer as a pointer to this type. Okay, that makes sense. So pointer from int is that explicit conversion. It says, I know what I'm doing. This integer is a valid memory address. Give me a typed pointer to it. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Just the API. Yeah. Sorry, I was confused by your question. I don't know if you can run Claude locally. I guess is the model available for download? I guess is the question that I'm confused on because I don't know if it's an open source model like Quen or anything. So yeah, I am using Claude Code pointed to the Anthropic API for this. The volatile qualifier is equally important here. It tells the compiler, do not optimize away these writes. Normally, if the compiler sees you write to memory that's never read back in your code, it might eliminate those as useless. But this has visible hardware side effects. Pixels appear on the screen. Okay, that makes sense. That makes total sense. Thank you, Claude. That's actually helpful. Okay, cool. So we have our ISO. So now we can run this. I'm going to type this out. QEMU system x86 64 CD-ROM Zig OS. I'm so excited. M128M. Sorry, I don't keep up with the latest AI developments. It's been a long time since I've done anything with AI. Yeah, no worries. I was confused by your question. I also don't feel like I'm super up to speed on the latest AI developments. I didn't know if you knew something that I didn't. Okay, cool. Not what I wanted to see, but that's fine. Can I make this bigger? No. I would love Control Alt plus. Control Alt plus. Oh wait. This is halfway working. What have I done? Okay. Let me just terminate this and run it again. What happens? Okay, it works. It says Zig OS. We have it booting on QEMU, and then it panics. I'm gonna give this panic to Claude because I'm very curious. Yeah, it's a successful boot into a VM. It feels good. Control Alt. This is my new desktop background. Okay. Boot protocol not specified for this entry. Can I copy and paste this somehow? No. Okay, I'm just gonna type that out. Or so I thought. Actually, I don't necessarily think this is an issue. This is doing what it's supposed to do. If I hit enter, it boots. If I hit enter, it hits the boot command for Lemony, and then it panics because I don't think we've actually coded that yet. Yeah, okay, cool. This feels good. Celebratory water break. And we'll see if we can knock out one more item, and then after that, I probably should get lunch. This is great. I'll be completely honest. I would not have got this far if I was following the OSDev stuff and trying to convert it to Zig on the fly. So I will give Claude some credit. He has been very helpful in this run, even though he gave me some broken code at some point. Is it possible to share the source code? Yeah, I will push up what we have. Let me just go and do it now. Let me commit this. Get a working ISO running on QEMU. GitHub repo create. Push up a local repo. Yep. ZigOS. Brad Seipert, please. Description. A minimal OS in Zig using Lemony. Bootloader. Public. Yep. Yep. Origin's fine. Yes. Go ahead and give them a good push. View. Really? Okay, let me clean up the README too, since we're at that point. Since this is literally all I have is here's the prompt I used to start this. Man, sorry, turn it up wicked as well because the music is so good. I'll try not to sing. Okay, glow. Okay, it looks like that fits properly. README. Okay. Here's the prompt I used to start this. ZigOS. Can Claude teach a man to build teach a person to build an operating system in Zig? Let's find out. building use the build ISO and follow instructions. You need QEMU installed. QEMU, lemony, and then what was the other one? XORRISO, Zoriso. Git add git commit am, clean up the README, push this up. GitHub repo. There is, why are you doing this to me? There is it GitHub view? Browse? Yes, thank you. I was like, I know there is a way to boot up the thing. Okay, yeah. So code's here for where we're at so far. If you want to follow along or kind of run with this. Yeah, this looks good. Nice formatting here too. So again, like we're using Claude to guide us. Here's the prompt I used to start this. If you want to follow along and do it yourself, like from scratch, and be able to. Worth mentioning, there's benefit to that, right? Like you will have different questions than I have, and different things might confuse you differently, and that's totally normal. But being able to like run the prompt yourself and build, keep in mind they're not deterministic, so you might get very different things depending on how you steer Claude with your word choice, and all sorts of little tiny things could change your experience drastically. But the point I'm getting at is that if you start the prompt yourself and run through it yourself, when you have questions, you can ask Claude questions. And if maybe I had questions on the linker script and I was happy with the answers it gave me, but maybe you weren't happy, you could continue to probe Claude and ask questions. And I think that that's valuable. Um, but yeah, so here it is. So we can start with that, and we're gonna add a little bit more, and then I'm gonna get some food at some point, but I'm not ready yet. I've got Defying Gravity playing, and I feel like I'm defying gravity right now with this. So yeah, booted, and I saw the text on the screen. Have I ever done any assembly before this? I've done a little tiny bit of assembly before this, x86 assembly, but really not much. I also, there's this Steam game that is I don't know. I can figure it out for you if you give me just a second. I've got my library up here. It is tags programming. Is that a tag that I can search for? Programming. I think it's Comet 64. It's been a while since I've played. No, Shenzhen IO has some assembly in it, essentially. Like move commands, jump, things of that nature. I do feel like, is it TIS 100 by Zachtronics also has some assembly in it, and maybe Comet 64. I don't remember. Some Steam game that I played has some assembly in it as well, and that's been my most experience to it. But I've written some outside of a Steam game for a bit as well. Yeah, definitely recommend checking them out. Anything by Zachtronics is pretty good. Most of them are programming related. Just looking at some of the other things that I've got, Screeps is kind of neat. It's like a JavaScript like RTS, and then what else? While True Learn, I enjoyed playing that. It is a high level introduction to machine learning, which is kind of cool. Yeah. So I'm seeing a game in my Steam library that I don't think I've ever played, and I feel like I should play it because it looks pretty good, but topic for another time. Okay, Claude is churning along, which is great. So let's see what he has to say. That's the first major milestone. A kernel you wrote running on bare metal, virtual bare metal. Fair. There was one game that uses JS that I was hooked on for a while. Yeah, if you'd let me know what it is, I'd love to see. I love programming games. So I would be happy to try it out. All right. Global descriptor table. Set up our own GDT and load it into the CPU. The kernel will keep running normally. This task is intentionally invisible, but it's foundational to everything that follows. Why does the GDT exist? The GDT is a relic. Love it. A MacGuffin of 32-bit x86 that the CPU still requires, even in 64-bit long mode. In the old days, the CPU used segments to divide memory into regions with different permissions and purposes. Code lives here, data lives there, and the CPU enforces the boundaries. This is called segmentation. Okay, that makes sense. In the 64-bit mode, segmentation is mostly abandoned. All segments are flat. They cover the entire address space, but the CPU still needs a valid GDT to be loaded, primarily because the privilege level, ring 0 versus ring 3, I don't know what those are, is encoded in the segment selector. When we set up interrupts, we'll need a task state segment TSS descriptor in the GDT. Oh, Bitburner. Yeah, I actually have that installed. That's not true. I have it uninstalled, but I have it in my library. I also apparently have 57 hours of playtime. Um, so I guess I've played it. Truthfully, just from like the Steam page in my library, I don't remember playing it just from what I see. But yeah, had to find your programs for it to remember. Okay, when we add user space, ring 3 will set up code and data descriptors. So what's in a GDT entry? Each entry is 8 bytes and encodes base address, limit, and flags in a convoluted bit layout. Nice. A consequence of x86 backwards compatibility. Okay. In 64-bit mode, the base layout is mostly ignored. What matters are the flags. P, present. Descriptor is valid. DPL, descriptor privilege level 0 for kernel, 3 for user. S set to 1 for code data segments. E executable 1 for code, 0 for data. Makes sense. L 64-bit code segment. This is the critical flag in long mode. Okay. What is a segment selector? When you load a segment register, so CS, DS, SS, etc., you load a selector, an index into the GDT multiplied by 8, the size of each entry, plus the privilege level bits. I'm going to be honest, this is very quickly starting to seem like a lot, not necessarily a lot of work, but just like a lot to internalize. So I think I will continue and we'll do this one, but I will probably call it after this one just so I have some time to like let the brain marinate on what we've built before moving on. And then maybe next week I will try to continue this and we'll try to make it a regular thing with streams. CPU looks up that GDT entry to find the segment's properties. Lemony already loaded a GDT for us, but we'll replace it with one we fully control. Okay. Let's just go ahead and touch source gdt.zig, and then we'll vim into source gdt. Okay, the GDT is a table of 8-byte descriptors that the CPU reads to understand how memory is segmented. In 64-bit mode, segmentation is flat, but we still need a valid GDT with the right flags for the CPU to be happy. I support AI to learn like this because forums can be unfortunately kind of toxic. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Like they can, so these tools are really great at taking in a bunch of data and then outputting data in a way that is skewed by the prompt. And so if I'm able to skew something so I can understand it, or if it can take in data from like, you know, or if it's trained on data really from like hundreds of different forum posts where like, people have discussed things and other people have been like, this is wrong, no, this is wrong, and correcting each other, like it's really helpful. And I don't want to say like forums are not the right way to do this, because for some people it might be easier to learn that way, and I totally respect that. But also, like, if we didn't have those forum posts, these AI tools wouldn't be able to do this. And that's one thing I'm kind of worried about with the future is like a lot of the discussions that these AI models have been trained on aren't happening as much as they were before, because people are just having the discussions with the models. So it makes me wonder where this data is going to come from. I also think a lot of people, to be completely honest, vibe coding and like one shotting, like a lot of people just want the output and they don't want to understand how it works. Also worry that like future generations, help my generation too at this point, is I worry that our intelligence might deteriorate as time goes on and we start using these tools. But I think we've also had issues with that with social media too. So um, pick your poison, I guess. Okay, CPU to be happy. So a single GDT entry, descriptor, 8 bytes. The layout is architecturally defined and cannot be changed. You got it. Const GDT entry. Packed struct, you love it. Love to see a good packed struct. Limit low is a U16 bits 15.0 of segment limit ignored in 64-bit. Sorry, I said 64-bit and I typed 16-bit. Okay, ignored in 64-bit. Base low is a U16. These are bits 15.0 of base address, ignored in 64-bit. Also worth mentioning too, on that topic of like the AI tools and stuff. I learned better typing 16.4-bit. Yeah. um, I learn better from typing. If I don't spend time on something, I won't internalize it. And I think typing is both the like it's like right there are people like in school, there are people who learn from reading, there are people who learn from like listening, and there are people who learn from like doing, and people who learn from like writing. I guess the listening is like probably writing adjacent. Like you listen to something and you write it down and that's how you internalize it. I think I have some of that. So like me reading this and then actually typing it out is helpful for me at least. And again, this operating system isn't going to be competing with Linux, Mac OS, or Windows in any way, shape, or form ever. So for me, it's just a learning opportunity. So that's what I'm here for, is the opportunity to learn. Ignored in 64-bit. Everything's ignored in 64-bit except for access, if I remember correctly. Present privilege. Does privilege have a D in it? Privilege? Type executable, etc. I'm gonna put a D in it. I don't know if it has one, but I'm putting one in there. Access. Okay. Flags limit U8 upper 4 bits equal flags granularity L bit. Lower 4 is equal to limit 1916. 2150 Taco Bell is the only restaurant in Cypher OS runs the world. Yeah. Operating system fine-tuned for taco delivery. It's the only reason Taco Bell is still around. It's a great way to learn. It really is a great way to learn. I feel like I've picked up so much from this already. Very, very happy with this experiment. 31, 24. And to be honest, it's easy to be happy when we actually have it booting into QEMU. Like if I was at the same, if I had put the same amount of effort in and we didn't have something booting and working, I might feel more frustrated. But I don't think I would have learned less. It just would not feel as nice. Okay. GDTR register points to the GDT. Let's type these out. The GDTR register points to the GDT. We load it with the LGDT instruction. Must be packed to match the exact CPU expected layout. Pack structs are so nice, just as an aside. Also, for anyone who, not that my videos ever get clipped, but if anyone were to clip this or just catch that piece out of context, really worth mentioning. Pack structs are really great when they make sense. Don't use them if they don't make sense. Don't just throw packed in front of a struct and be like, Brad said it was good. Okay. So we have a pack struct size U16, byte length of the GDT -1. Offset's a U64, and this is the linear virtual address of the GDT. Our GDT is 3 entries, is the minimum for a working 64-bit kernel. This must be aligned to ensure the CPU can read it correctly. Okay, makes sense. var GDT 3 GDT entry align 8. Okay. Oh, whoa. Sorry. There we go. I tried to use pack structs in a project and got warnings about it making it harder on the processors in certain scenarios. Yes, it will. It will make it harder. If you don't know what you're doing with pack structs, there are cases where it makes sense, where things have to match a very specific layout. You should use pack structs. There are also some really weird cases where, like, you might be able to save significant amount of space on pack structs, but the trade-off of doing something in a, like, packing something in a non-CPU expected layout is probably not worth it. The CPU has to do extra work to essentially work with data in a layout that it doesn't expect. So yes, you will you could potentially have performance issues, making it harder on the processor in those scenarios. I always lay my structs out to where they're naturally packed, if that makes sense, or at least try to. Yeah, that does make sense. Um, Packing and alignment is interesting. It's really useful. Didn't AK give a talk about this in that famous Hawaiian shirt? I think he did. Yeah. Um, the trade-off is space and memory at the cost of extra cycles. Well, so that is a trade-off if you're running it on, if you're packing it not incorrectly, but if you're packing it in a way that's not optimized for the CPU's layout. But you got to keep in mind that there are CPUs with different layouts too, especially when you start getting into things like microcontrollers. Um, you might want to pack something in a very different layout for a different CPU. So yeah. Also worth mentioning, if you don't put the packed keyword on there, like the Zig compiler will try to optimize stuff for you, but packed is essentially saying I am packing this myself in a way where I am saying it needs to exist in this structure. Actually, I think I have a video that I put out a while back on packing and alignment, so might be worth checking out because yeah, I actually remembering it now. We did packing and alignment in Zig, Rust, and Go, and compared them. Go's a little weird because it's not something like uh it's a little tricky in Go, but you can do some struct manipulation in Go as well. I guess that's why Zig was like, yeah, you should probably leave the packing to me. Yeah. The compiler does a lot for you if you don't. There, like a lot of the keywords are like pack and alignment are letting the compiler know like I'm doing this, so you shouldn't. But the compiler will try to do a good job for you when it can. Okay, limit low is equal to 0. Base low is equal to 0. Base mid is equal to 0. Dot access is equal to 0. Dot flags limit 0. base high, all 0. Nice, love to see it. Okay, let's put comments because that means almost nothing to me. Entry 0, null descriptor required by the CPU spec must all be 0s. Yep, glad we added that. Entry 1, kernel code segment. Selector is equal to 0x08. Access OB1001110. Okay. Oof. Present ring 0 S1. I'm going to have to ask Claude what this means. I'm a little lost on this. Executable, readable, flags limit 0B001 00000 is equal to L equal 1 64-bit code segment. G is equal to 0. Limit upper nibble. Okay. Nibble is an interesting word there. Limit low is equal to 0. Base low is equal to 0. Base mid is equal to 0. Access is equal to OB100111010. Okay. Flags limit is the other one. OB0010000. And base high is equal to 0. Ugh. Package main is here. Go is great. Don't forget. Hey, great to see you, package main. Yeah, Go. I've mentioned this before, and I'll say it basically anytime someone's like, "What about Go?" Go is like my least favorite language, and that's like least with a comma. Not saying it's a very bad language, but I'm trying to say that I have fewer complaints about Go than any other language. Honestly, most of it just boils down to error handling, if I'm being completely honest. Okay, so that's entry 1. We're at entry 2, which is the kernel data segment. Selector is equal to OX10. Then we got access, which is OB1001010. Present ring 0. S equals 1. Data writable. Okay. And then we have our flags limit, which is OB, a lot of zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is L is equal to 0. Data segments don't use the L bit. Sounds good. Zero base low is equal to 0. Base mid 0. Access OB1001010. Okay. Flags limit 0. Base high 0. Whew. It's a lot. Okay. Personal philosophy, which is hard to execute these days, is to build stuff that is minimal as possible in memory storage and not to abuse cycles. I hate how everything is a web view these days. Looking at you, Electron. You know, it's funny. I started typing a tweet yesterday that was something along those lines of how I couldn't come up with a good metaphor, but essentially that the idea of just because our houses have got bigger doesn't mean that our refrigerators need to be bigger. Like, and it's worth mentioning too that that's a weird example because it's like the amount of space the refrigerator takes up, but the same amount of food you could put in it has stayed the same roughly. And that's why I didn't post it, is because the metaphor sounds really freaking weird. But the idea that I'm getting at is like our hardware has gotten better, our computers have gotten better, but the features that a lot of these apps have provided are the same that they've provided like 10 years ago. But the size and the memory and the complexity has just gone off the deep end. Like even if you look at like Firefox, like don't get me wrong, a lot of the memory used is from the web pages, but the browser itself uses more memory than it used to use. Same with like Outlook. Outlook's a really good example. Actually, Outlook might not be an Electron app, but I have a good hunch it is. But the point being, they had a native desktop app. And my hunch is that they were like, it's quicker for us to move if we have Outlook on the web and we have the Outlook desktop app, just embed Outlook on the web. But now what that means is you end up using an Outlook on the desktop, and I have to imagine I don't use it, but but I have to imagine it takes up a sizable chunk of memory compared to what it used to, and like I don't know, I don't like that. Um, Someone commented on a video talking about my ADL CLI, and they were like, certainly it must be better to use. Let's just find it. I don't want to misquote the person, so. Show me. No, not studio. Sorry, it'll take forever if we try to find it that way. Hey y'all, Outcast. Hey, look, it's us. Yeah, videos. Search, rewrite in Rust. This one. Please don't play it. Certainly. Oh wait, this isn't search. I was comment on my own thing. Thought I could search the comments here. Certainly. No. Scripting. Show me scripting language. Show me scripting. Yeah. Okay. So not dogging on this person. They have a really great point for what it's worth. And they said, I understand you're primarily interested in the language learning aspect, but from a practical point of view, surely you should use a scripting language for this kind of task. You would be able to develop and iterate much faster. And if you choose from a well known language like Python or JS, it would be more convenient for users to adapt or fork. I did reply, and I said it was originally in TypeScript for what it's worth, and then I felt bad that installing it took up more space than Git. I really appreciate you bringing up this perspective, though, because it's a perspective I don't see many folks talk about on YouTube. You're right that it would be easier for folks to contribute to, or rather, a larger audience may feel comfortable contributing, but I also think by those same merits, it would be just lost in the noise as an open source project. I said, of course, when I first built it in TypeScript, I was just solving my own problem and assumed I'd be the only one contributing to it anyways, but I still understand what you're saying and 100% agree that if that's what I was optimizing for, a different language would be a better choice. But yeah, that was my gripe. Like if we watch these older videos or even go to the ADL repo, it was like, this is too big. I just did not feel comfortable asking people to download a okay, look, Linux x86 2.43 megabytes, still honestly a little big, but much better than v5. Boom. 84 megabytes for Dino. Yeah, that was me like doing all sorts of weird stuff. At one point I was even building Dino from source to eject the debug symbols from Dino, and then using that version of Dino to build this, and it was just like it was way too much. Anyways, sorry, tangent. Let's look at init. Whoa. Okay. Probably be great friends with Casey Muratori. I don't know who that is, but I have to assume he'd be great friends with everyone. You've been very chatty today, and I've appreciated your presence. I wish they could bring in the error handling from Zig, but the community didn't want that. Yeah, the try operator proposal was something I was in support of. There's not with generics, there's nothing stopping us from making like monadic result types too and Go. So like I don't know, it's hard because like we've agreed that it we basically agreed that like Go, the way that we agree to write Go is using Go best practices. But if you were to say like we like Go best practices as a community, but we want like monadic result types, we should do that. I would be more inclined. But I guess the point I'm getting at is if I joined a Go team and I started introducing result types, it would go against the grain, and I don't know. Feel like it would be better if the language supported them and maybe embraced them. I'm going to type, but I'm also going to keep trying to catch up on chat. GDT -1. Okay, that size was mentioned up above as well. And then our offset is int from pointer at GDT. Ooh, Lord have mercy. A lot of ASM here. Okay. Load the new GDT. LDGT. LGDT. Percent GD. Oh my goodness. GDTR. Reload data segment registers with our new data selector. X10 entry 2. Oh, more comments. Okay. In 64-bit mode, DS, ES, FS, GS are mostly ignored, but SS is used for stack operations and must be valid. Makes sense. Move AX to OX10. Oh, MOV, not MOX. Okay, really quick break to catch up. Go definitely has some interesting quirks like heap escape. Yeah, that's true. It's the whole give them an inch, they'll take a mile. In regards to, yeah, memory usage, yes. Devs used to be constrained by hardware, so they actually had to engineer software, things like memory use. Yeah, I agree. And I think that's part of what is appealing to me about some of the projects that I've been working on now is like, it's not a product for like a company and they're not like, you got to move fast, you got to move fast. These are like things that I just want to build. So I get to spend my cycles on personal projects in my spare time, at least. Um, Working on like really fine tuning memory usage and performance and things of that nature. Feels like actual engineering, which is nice. Let's see what else. The Prime, it's so over video is actually pretty interesting. How Mitchell Hashimoto, I'm assuming, solved a ghosty bug that has been plaguing him for 6 months with AI. That was recent, if I remember correctly. Casey Muratori from Handmade Hero, legendary dev. He's also on the stand up with Prime and them. Gotcha. Opinionated tweets about how nobody cares about optimization and speed anymore. And he popularized the concept of arenas in C. Interesting. That's a lot for me to learn. Okay, move DS to AX. Move ES AX. Move FS AX. Move GS AX. Move SS AX. Okay. Reloading CS. I'm just going to say code segment register is special. You can't move it. Oh, I do see why. They put CS there. Okay, so we use a far return, push the new CS selector and a return address. Then lretq far return 64-bit to jump to 1 with CSOX08. Okay, push Q. Let's do some operations. 08. Leak. 1F percent rip percent racks. Fun reminder for me when people say they don't mind writing in assembly. I do not agree. I would rather avoid it if I can. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, how does this work? These all need to be up here, don't they? The formatting on this seems off. Like, this seems invalid. I don't know if I'm missing something, but I'm going to type it as is, and maybe this is some really weird Zig thing that I've not seen before, but I have doubts. Racks and memory. Oh, misspelled volatile. I was like, what is going on up here? Okay, actually, that might be fine. I've just maybe have not seen that before. RISC-V assembly is actually really nice, or much nicer than x86 at least. I've not done anything with RISC-V, but actually, most of the time I hear people talking about assembly being nice, they are referring to RISC-V. Okay, let's hop into main.zig. Import and call GDT init and update the VGA message so you can visually confirm it ran. Okay. Up at the top, const GDT is equal to import gdt.zig. Sounds good. Do we change anything here? C8, DC, magic numbers stay the same. Okay, that makes sense. Kernel, base version, yep. GDT init would be up here. You got it. gdt.init. I'm going to add a comment because that seems important. Initialize the GDT. GDT table is like ATM machine. The M is duplicate there. And the what does GD stand for? Something data, right? Global data. Global descriptor. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So we have our init. They want us to change the message. So instead of ZigOS booted, ZigOS GDT loaded. Does anything change here? No, it does not. Panic handler's unchanged. Okay. Build and test. No. GDT 62. What have I done wrong? Did I? Okay. Yeah, I was like, I can't. That makes way more sense. I was like, I can't subtract one from a type. That seems like a silly bug on my part. GDT 60. Interesting. I love verbose code where everything's explicit. That's one thing I love about Zig. Yeah, the explicitness is nice. Sometimes I feel like like specifically with like type conversions, which I guess you want to be explicit. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I just get exhausted from type conversions. But I get you. Okay, what was my error message? Invalid operand GDTR. Okay. So it's this line here, LDG, LGDT, GDTR. Looks to be correct, at least from what Claude was suggesting we do. Is init a special procedure within Zig or just something you've defined? For example, init is special in here that execs before main. I don't think there's anything like that in Zig. In Go, you can do like init blocks that also like they I think execute before main. Yeah, they would have to. So like you could in Go you could do like a scope that is like an init scope and do initialization there, but I don't think Zig has anything like that. In my case, the init is right here. It's just a function called init that we can call from somewhere else. So it's not like it gets ran automatically or anything. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm going to see if Claude has any thoughts, and then I'll start doing some searching while we send Claude on it. I will give him this entire snippet. Running into an error when trying to build. Would you mind cross-referencing my code and helping troubleshoot? Okay. LGDT. I'm going to mispronounce that over and over again. LGDT. Load global descriptor table. Show me some examples. Should it not be... Is it just because I have it twice? Hypervisor and Zig. This seems fun. This actually seems like really good reads. I probably should read through this at some time. This is what I was looking for, though. Examples of how this stuff is used. Yeah, Claude caught its own problem when I poked it. The error is my fault. The assembler I gave you mixes Intel and AT&T syntax. Zig's inline assembler uses AT&T syntax by default. The differences are register names need the double % prefix, immediate values need $, memory dereferences use bop and not this. And the LGDT operand needs a memory constraint M, not a register constraint R. Okay, let's cross-reference our init with the cleaner example. So we still have our GDTR. We have our GDT descriptor. Size is the same. Offset's the same. Looks good. Okay, so the ASM part, load our new GDT. The M constraint passes GDTR as a direct memory operand. LGDT requires a memory operand, not a register. Thanks. I don't see the M that you were referring to, but that's fine. Okay, so that makes more sense. And then I'm just going to try to compile it again with this and just make sure it fails. Yeah, okay. Yep, so we need to put... Oh. Why did these change? AT&T syntax, source comes first, destination second. That's annoying, but okay. So this will be percent AX, $. Okay. I feel like I should have written a macro for this. Truth be told, I get a lot of people who... Actually, this probably exacerbates the problem more than anything. But when I start doing things in NeoVim, I feel like I always have someone show up that's like, actually, you should be doing it like this, and you're not doing this correctly. And I think it just makes me more nervous to like try something. Like I felt like I should have done a macro for this because it would have been a great fit for a macro. But then I felt like I would have messed it up. And then someone would have been like, well, actually, you should be doing this in NeoVim. And and now I feel like I just made an even bigger mistake by not attempting the macro. And now someone will be like, well, actually, you should be using a macro for this in NeoVim. Anyways. GDTR. Oh, the M is down here. Okay. Oh, you okay? You want to lay down? Oh, and I just dropped a headphone. One sec. Yeah, don't eat that. All right, my dog's telling me to hurry up, so we'll try to hurry up and get this finished. Unknown size, GDTR. Yep, she is. I'm not sure if she's thrilled to be here or not, to be honest with you. Invalid memory operand. One sec. Have you ever tried Helix? I moved over from NeoVim. It's installed. No, it's not. I lied. Oh, it's installed on my work Mac. Yeah, I have. Yeah. I don't know. I like my NeoVim setup for the most part. If you, I don't want to put the onus on you, but if you would want to tell me why Helix is nicer, or like sell it to me, I would be more inclined to probably try it, to be honest. But, uh, yeah, I don't think I have it installed on my personal laptop. Um, all right, what am I doing wrong? LGDT, okay, that looks correct. This looks the same, GDTR. Oh, Loris uses Helix? Wow. Loris is a smart fella, so if he's using Helix, then maybe it's pretty good. Interesting. This example has it set to R, not M. Let's try. Okay, invalid memory operand still. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like the editor someone uses, like, tells me nothing about them, to be completely honest. Well, maybe people who use like VS Code, it tells me that they probably just want something that just works. But yeah, I'm right there with you. It's just preference. Okay. Send this to Claude and see what his thoughts are, and I'll keep researching. We're so close. That ASM edit could have been done with a few keystrokes, which made me think of that. Yeah, so okay, like what would it look like in Helix? Because I wouldn't mind, like, part of my issue with Vim is I feel like I've learned enough to be dangerous, and I don't mind making mistakes, like doing things and like making mistakes with Vim motions, especially when I don't have people watching. Um, because then I can play around with them and figure it out and like take my time and not feel like I'm wasting people's time, and also like waiting for someone to, well, actually me. Um, but I do think that some Vim motions are maybe not the most sensible. Oh, interesting. I can all sorts of fun stuff. Start a poll. There we go. Start a flame war. I actually have no idea how many people are even paying attention to the stream right now, so I don't know if that will actually work or not, but where's other? There is no other. What do you want from me? More options? What other editor would you use? What would be your editor of choice? If it's not a terminal-based editor, I don't want it. That's again, that's not entirely true. I mentioned at the earlier onset of the stream that when I'm reading a lot of code, I tend to gravitate towards VS Code. Fred, what is Fred? Fred, the friendly editor. Okay, this actually okay. This doesn't look as bad as I was expecting on first pass. The tech behind Fred. Is this written in Rust? Rust. Oh no, no, this isn't Rust. What is this? Just C? Or struct C class C++ then? Yeah, C++. Okay. It's a little hardcore for 2026. I use VS Code with minimal add-ons as possible, so it's snappy. That makes sense. No, there's again ZFBX. There's nothing wrong with VS Code. Like literally nothing wrong at all. So yeah, I search up Fred real quick. Okay. Friendly editor. Fresh is the new kid on the block. There's another Fresh editor. Terminal-based IDE and text editor. People have too much time. I feel like everyone's. You know what? We need to create our own text editor and join the team. LSP, TypeScript extensibility. Plugins are written in TypeScript. This means they run slow, right? Am I wrong? Interesting. We need to make other things. Yeah, like text-based YAML editors. I don't know. Ideas are hard. I don't want to do this. Why do I have to do this? The LGDT instruction is notoriously awkward in LLVM inline assembly. It has strict requirements, but its memory operand and LLVM's constraint system doesn't handle cleanly. The right fix here is to move the GDT loading into a standalone assembly file. This is actually common practice in real OS kernels anyway. When inline assembly gets difficult, dedicated S file is cleaner and easier to reason about. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I would like to spend some time and effort around keeping the assembly inline. What other options do we have? We need to make other things like a real-time database-oriented distributed operating system. Wow, you hit every AWS interview buzzword for a cloud architect from 2017 right there. Real-time database-oriented distributed operating system. Is that not just Kafka? I feel like that's just Kafka. Real-time database. Well, I guess Kafka is not inherently real-time. It's close to real-time. You make enough spin up enough brokers and it should be pretty quick. I would love to get into NeoVim, but my memory is so crap lately, and I've already memorized all my favorite shortcuts in VS Code. The way that I moved from VS Code to NeoVim, for what it's worth, was I turned on Vim motions in VS Code, and then you can bind those to a hotkey, so you can turn them on or off. and then I would turn them on and I would try to use them, especially when when work was a little slow, and I wasn't so worried about meeting deliverables and stuff of that nature. And then I would use Vim motions, and then when I ran into issues or needed to move fast, I would turn them off and go back. And then at some point, I just stopped turning them off. Plan 9 OS. I feel like every time I stream, you all come up with the most unheard of things to nerd snipe me with. Spacetime DB was inspired by that. Spacetime DB is fascinating. I really like the idea. Um, there's already enough cognitive load in programming. Adding a modal editor there increases that. Yeah, that's fair. I was thinking, what if we had a database for an OS model? I don't know. Just imagining. Yeah, no, I mean, all great ideas come from imagining things like that. Don't let anyone, including myself, which I don't think I was, but don't let anyone talk you out of it. Switch syntax modes inside the ASM block. That seems wrong. Add the R constraint. We've actually never tried this exact combination. Pass the address in a register, then dereference it manually in the template. Sure, let's try that. Wait. Okay, slow down. I've already got that down here. LGDT. Okay, percent GDTR. Yep, looks good. And then down here, GDTR R. Do we not need racks then? Just memory? Okay. If the LLVM still rejects the operand, bypass its instruction validation entirely, encoding the bytes directly. LGDT. Hmm. Okay. We're so close. We are so close. Why are these changing again? Those changed previously and I never updated them. That shouldn't be related, I don't think, but we should probably clean that up while we're here. Okay. And we were so close and I'm burning out so fast. RDI, let's try that. Oh, invalid. Okay. I'm very curious. They have an example of it here. %73% for NeoVim. That's pretty good. Oh, 75? Just keeps going. I don't know about this Helix editor. Everyone seems to think NeoVim's the option. Sorry, I'm just giving you crap at this point. That was fun. Thanks for the poll. Okay. All right, Claude. You've been so useful up to this point. Help me out. So you want me to uncomment this, and then we want to remove this. I need to debloat my NeoVim, though I use LazyVim right now. Yeah, I also use LazyVim for what it's worth. Okay, ASM volatile LGDT. Yep, GDTR. Okay, that looks good. Yep, yep, yep. Looks good. All right, push Q. Yep. Okay. Looks good. Looks good. This becomes R. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. I can tell you right now, it's not gonna work. I don't know why Claude is so. Yeah. It looks like it still rejects it. What? Here's the output. I do wish, just in hindsight, I wish I had a little bit more assembly background going into this. I feel like I am just kind of bouncing back and forth between Claude right now, which is not really what I wanted to do. I'd like to have a better understanding, and hopefully I can get one once we have the finished output where this works. But I just like I don't have the assembly background to really know what's going on here, or rather why this is or isn't working. No, that's not it. Let's try this again. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna see if like maybe Claude can process this document and get some guidance. But there's a fair chance we might have to pull it out to a separate file, instead of doing inline assembly. Okay, hang on. We're on to something maybe. I have doubts, but okay, sure, let's try it. Confident clause says this is it. Okay, so single change down here. This becomes int from pointer. Yeah, that doesn't that doesn't fix the fact that the operand is unknown. How are they compiling it? How do they get this to work for them? ASM volatile. Is it because it's inline? That makes no sense, right? Mm, I just don't know what I'm doing wrong. It looks like they have it working with inline assembly, no? What's my window manager setup? Um, I don't. I mean, I don't have a window manager at the moment. I'm just using KDE Plasma. I'm not using like Hyperland or anything. I actually have Cosmic installed, and I kind of want to swap over and try it at some point, but I just need to actually make the time to do that. Inside the init function. Okay. Yeah, that didn't work. Okay. I am, just to see if we get this working, I am going to copy and paste from Claude. Hopefully, I'm trusting that it's not doing a terrible job. Actually, this really isn't that bad, but I don't want to type these instructions again. I know, ligasp. Create this new file. This is plain AT&T assembly, no zig, no LVM inline constraints. You got it. All right. Hopefully you understand where I'm coming from with this one, and just copying it. single for registers because we're in a real S file. Not okay, that makes sense. Update build.zig. Yeah, we gotta add an assembly. This is what I exactly wanted to not do. Build.zig. So after our set linker script, we can do kernel.add assembly file and b.path source gdt flush.s. Yep. And then vim source gdt.zig. And then the entire init function gets changed. And we just invoke the gdt flush at gdtr, and then we can remove all of this. We need an external. Can I extern here? I can't imagine I can, right? Let's try it. Okay, there's no C calling convention. We've been over this before. Okay. Yeah, I can't do that there. But we can paste it here. Did I? Lo and behold. Okay, inline assembly with apparently GDT manipulation is a bit of a pain in Zig or in LLVM. I'm not entirely sure which at this point, but let's give it a run so we can QEMU system x86 64 CD-ROM Zig OS ISO. Give it 128 megs of memory. Big boot. I actually am not convinced that that worked. You should see ZigOS GDT loaded back on screen. I don't see that. Why do I not see that? I just see ZigOS. Random test really quick. Yeah, I still just see ZigOS. Uh, is it because we have this panic here? Maybe we should actually sort this out. Interesting. I have tried Mies. I'm using Mies on the system. I use it for I use it for managing versions. I don't often set up like Mies tasks or anything, but honestly, I probably should. I like it quite a bit. When I boot the ISO, it shows Zig OS in the center of the screen, but then after 5 seconds, boots and panics. Boot protocol not specified for, I have no idea what that text says, to be honest with you. This entry, okay. For boot protocol not specified for this entry. And then gives a stack trace. Oof. We're so close. All right, Claude, help me out. Makes me wonder if we actually were celebrating prematurely, because we ran into this boot protocol issue previously as well. So maybe we weren't actually getting as far as we thought. Interesting. Okay. Liminy version 10 version 10.8.5. Then check if Liminy ships with the sample config. Okay, let's I'm gonna just give this over to Claude, and then let's look at our build iso.sh. I think it's suggesting that we have an issue down here. I can't imagine that's our issue, right? Because the comment, the protocol, and the kernel path are working as expected. Like if we I have doubts. Let's try it. Let's try it, but I have doubts. Okay. Sure. Uh Okay, similar but different issue now. New issue now. Liminy loading executable boot kernel This seems like an us issue, right? Panic, elf, lower half, program headers are, yeah, this is an us issue. Okay, so we still have a little bit of a ways to go, and maybe earlier we were celebrating a little prematurely, but C5. I need to figure out if there's a way to copy from QEMU, because me typing these out is not the way. Plus 0x956 OX315D8 liminy load plus 258 OX3044D boot OX9D and then OX2FF17 menu plus OXTE7 end of trace. Oh Lord. Also, my music stopped. That's not what I wanted to hear. Karaoke. We're so close. We're so close, I can taste it. All right, Claude, you sound confident. Good progress. This is actually a meaningful error that teaches us something important. Liminy 8 plus requires kernels use the liminy protocol to be higher half. Our linker script places it in the lower half of the address space, which liminy now rejects this. Okay. Virtual address space is 64-bit, split into two halves, the lower half and the upper half. Higher half kernel lives permanently in the upper half. When we add user processes later, each process gets its own lower half address space, but they all share the same upper half kernel mapping. Okay. Standard kernel base. Notice this is exactly what code model kernel in the build.zig was designed for. It tells the compiler to generate code assuming addresses are in the top 2 gigs of space. We set this up earlier without fully explaining why. Now you know. That's helpful. So we just change our address space, our starting address space. Down to give it a shot. Boop. All right, moment of truth. Give it a go, give it a go, give it a go. Nice. Lower half program headers are not allowed. It's basically the, is that what we just saw? Yeah, lower half program headers are not allowed. Okay, let me toss my cache again just to be safe. ZigOS ISO, get out of here, remove zig out. And then remove zig cache. Big build all the way. I'm just going to copy and paste this command just to be safe. Please. Still seeing the same issue. It's exact same stack trace too, isn't it? Yep, it is. Exact same stack trace. Okay, cool. I was hoping we get this part knocked out before I have to call it. We'll see. I'll spend a little bit more time on it, but I'm getting very, very hungry. So I will need to bounce sometime soon. What are you doing? Reading the elf file. Okay, that seems fine. Hey Pigeon, welcome back. What is the current state right now? The current state is a false sense of confidence. So, um, we get to this part in QEMU, but I think this means that our QEMU piece is correct. But when we actually try to boot, we're running into an issue indicating that lower half program headers are not allowed. I'm a little confused. This is definitely like the out of my element portion of this, but yeah, trying to get Claude to give me some guidance here because I'm a little lost. Um, but yeah, so we changed some stuff in our linker just a moment ago, and then we just ran it again and ran into the same issue. So yeah, kind of gonna try to figure it out. I'm curious. This line seems important. Remember to copy the liminy bios sys file. The address and the elf are completely wrong. Okay. Oh, interesting. How confident. The kernel setting at 16 megabytes, and the entry point is OXO. The linker script is being passed, but Zig's O15 self-hosted linker is not fully applying it. Interesting. Mm. This makes sense. I think. I don't know. I sound confident on that too, but this would not be the first time that LLD has bit me. I don't know why I did that. Let's try this again. I need to actually run the entire process, not just. Okay, get a different error. Let's zig build. Yeah, okay, duh, we just built it. Zig out bin kernel grep vert adder a1. That's not what I was expecting. Is there a beginner or OS tutorial where we can translate to Zig? Yeah, if you knew C better than I do, you definitely could take that approach. I think the hard part for me is that Zig is very all inclusive, where like the build system and the just like the entire process is different, right? Um, that wasn't a very well thought out sentence. Sorry, a little burnt out at this point. But Zig is like this it's like a fully inclusive like build system and I guess what I was getting at is I didn't feel confident in my ability to translate this level of C to Zig. I've translated C programs to Zig, but like really low level like operating system type stuff and assembly type stuff I've never translated. So I didn't feel confident in my ability to do that. Um, but yeah, if if you have comfort with that, you definitely could take that approach. And the OSDev wiki would be a set of tutorials where you could attempt to start that. Also worth mentioning, I essentially tried doing that before and looking at some tutorials and being like, let's try to port this to Zig, and interesting. Okay. Um, didn't have much success, so that's why we're here with this Claude experiment. Okay. Specifically specifying the entry into the kernel. So kernel.entry. That seems promising. Show me a symbol of kernel main. We should somehow let Claude infer those terpials would be interesting. What is a terpial? Hey, that looks like the right number this time. Okay, moment of truth. QEMU. Okay, attempted better start, but panic elf attempted to load elf file with phdrs with different permissions sharing the same memory page. Oh, we're so close. Oh, tutorials. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. Oh. I gotta figure out what lunch is. What? Okay, what are we changing? What are we wait, run it. Okay, it didn't fix it for me. Good. I was like, don't do that. Don't do that, Claude. That's your one requirement. How would you feel about doing LFS first and jumping off from there? Not necessary. Um, I'm blanking on LFS. Can you elaborate on what LFS is? Linker. Move this into data. Linux from scratch. I don't actually know what that is. Is that like a set of tutorials for building Linux? Or is that just like a flavor of Linux? Like I don't know. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, Lord. Did I miss a section? Build your own distro. It really gets into the guts. That's interesting. That actually probably would have been a smart place to start, to do Linux from scratch and build my own distro, and then it's probably triple faulting. Lord have mercy. Okay. Triple faulting. Could you elaborate on the triple faulting? Okay, let's run this. Here's the output, Claude. Have at it. I'm regretting, not regretting. I'm almost at the point of regretting not doing my other project today, which was taking this little ESP32 with a breakout board and building something with it with Zig. I kind of want to build like a web server that lets me control my lights. I know that sounds weird, but like running a private little web server and just being able to press a button on my phone and it turn off lights seems fun. So that's kind of what I was thinking. But kind of neat, if you have multiple ESP32s, you can connect them together. So you could like even if you don't have smart lights, you could build like a little light switch thing, um, and um, essentially have like one ESP32 use a motor to like flip a light switch, and then the other ESP32 communicate with it over Wi-Fi. But CPU exceptions such as page fault, general protection fault is raised, but the CPU can't invoke the IDT entry for that interrupt, so it triggers double fault, but then that IDT entry fails too, and after the third fault, the PC resets. That is interesting. I hadn't considered that. Um, okay, let's try this. Lemony enroll config zigOS. Okay, that's not gonna work. Uh, uh, okay. ISO root boot lemony. Okay. I'm glad you're here, Checkwab. I would not have even thought to pursue that approach. So thank you for that. Uh, some Weezer. Oh, interesting. We could do no reboot. Let's try that. Okay. Let's run this bad boy. I think you were right. Mmm. I think you were very right. Good suggestion with the triple fault. Really good suggestion. Man, we'd be going down a wild goose chase if that was not the case. Also, like, I should probably learn more about QEMU. Like, this seems useful. Like, knowing that this is an option. Also, this address is way too small, right? So that makes sense. Nucleating? That's a word. While this is churning, anyone working on anything cool? I get so much energy from hearing about projects that other people are excited about. So I'm curious if anyone's working on anything that they'd want to share with the chat. And if people in the chat give you a hard time because of the thing that you're working on, I will give them a hard time because we're a friendly, supportive community here. Making a debugger in Zig, that would be cool. There was a talk on YouTube that just got published a couple days ago, I think from GoToConf 2025, maybe, or maybe 2026. Um, but they, the whole thing was like talking about building a debugger and how they actually work. And it's really, really neat. Rad debugger. That is really cool. That's another thing that like I don't necessarily know where to start. Like I know that essentially debuggers are using interrupt signals um and like triggering interrupt signals for a process, but I really don't know like how to even start with that. And then mapping like because you're when you're debugging you want to be in the actual source code language because that's what people write. So then, like mapping the source code, the person who's making it doesn't either. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I literally their YouTube chat, if they were streaming right now, could be someone saying, "So I saw someone trying to make an operating system in Zig, and the person who's making it doesn't know how." He was also streaming his progress at some point. I'll have to see if I can find that. That sounds neat. Working on a desktop pet fish in Zig with Raylib, mostly as a memorial for my pet fish that passed a few weeks ago. Long live the fish. I'm sorry to hear that. Um, but that does sound like a fun project. If Pigeon is still here, he created a worm in I think Zig with Raylib, and it's like a little desktop pet that moves across the screen. It's so confident that it's Lemony's fault. Uh, it's always confident about something. That is really one of the hardest parts about working with tools like this is like understanding like it's like a very confident, I don't want to say junior, but similar to a junior dev that's like very skilled in certain things and always confident. That's what I'm scared of right now using AI to learn stuff. Yeah, that's fair. I think that that's probably a really good takeaway from this is like I don't know enough to correct it with the operating system stuff, and it's tricky because it's, partial information is okay, but bad information is not. Let's see if this exists. No, okay. Okay, let's give this one more go. Yeah, that file doesn't exist. We literally just saw that. My bad. Nice. Just immediately crashed. Yeah, that didn't work. Yes. Okay. If I don't know the domain, I assume everyone is smarter than me. So what else do I believe? Yeah. I use AI to get a starting point, to get a big picture, then look into specifics from there. Only because it's really hard to figure out where to start in many cases. Yeah, I'm with you. I really like breaking problems down into like having a problem and being like, here's how I would structure this in code. Like I think that's a really fun challenge. So I really enjoy that myself. But there's some that I'm like, I don't even know where to start. Like again, operating systems, um, those come to mind. I was gonna say compiler, but I think I would know where to start with a compiler. Um, database system, maybe. Uh, yeah. Wow, I should have actually read that instead of just executing some arbitrary command that Claude gave me. Um, time for lunch. You are so right, and I appreciate you keeping me on topic and making sure that I get a chance to eat. It's one thing I like about Brad's videos where he builds projects because he has good organization, seems to start off nice. Thanks. I yeah, I like doing that. So hopefully it shows and manifests in a way that's useful for you all as well. Sure. Have at it, Claude. Give it a run. Let me know how things pan out. All right. Once Claude finishes this, I am going to head off for lunch, but we'll see if maybe Claude has any inkling of where it should go. Sure. And while it's doing that, I'm going to go ahead and pack up my headphones. Because boy, am I hungry. And sleepy. Holy cow. Yeah, thanks, Empathy Monster. I appreciate it. It was a good stream. Learned a lot. I will just while you're still here, hopefully, I will plan to probably not progress on this until next stream, which will probably be next weekend. I'm not sure if it'll be Saturday or Sunday. Kind of depends on which one is more flexible with my schedule. But that's the plan. I don't really want to like get everyone started and have people following along and then go off and build a bunch of it and then come back next stream and be like, here's what I did since last stream. So my plan is, we'll just build this together over streams whenever they happen. So yeah. On that note, I'm not going to end until Claude finishes with whatever it's doing. So, oh my god, it just keeps giving me more commands. Search for limited vase revision, magic bytes, and little. Okay, that makes sense. Have at it. You should consider making a live alerts role in the Discord for people to opt in and get live pings from you. A summary video of what you learned would be nice at a milestone. Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. I might do that. Actually, that sounds like a nice video where I talk about this project and how it started, and then let people know that we'll be live streaming more of it. Maybe more people will tune in and get to experience it firsthand. Um, live alerts role is very interesting. I like that idea. I feel like my Discord's such a mess that I feel very skeptical to take an alerts role if someone offered one for me. So I feel like since I wouldn't take one, I feel like I'm like, oh, maybe I shouldn't do that. Um, but yeah, we can definitely do it. Sure. Yeah, if people are suggesting that it's a good idea, let's do it. So we'll put a live alerts role in the Discord. I'll try to get to that tonight. So we're blurring the line between lunch and dinner for me and the time zone that I'm at. So we'll see if I end up getting to it tonight. But yeah, I will definitely set one up. I think also you could turn the going live um channel to always notify, but yeah, I'm not sure. Whatever's easiest for people. Oh my god. Come on, Claude. This number seems low for how long it's been going. Like, sub, and notify, the big three. Yeah, I guess don't forget to do that. All right, what's the output? Magic bytes are loaded in the binary correctly since the kernel is a valid entry point. The crash is happening at runtime. We need serial port debugging to pinpoint exactly where. Crap. Works without any initialization. Just write to it so we can do a serial write. The instrument kernel main like this. Okay. Yeah, we'll pick up here on the next stream. I should just be able to resume this conversation, so it's not like we'll lose anything here, which is great. So that's where we will pick up in the next one. So yeah, resume just like that. Okay, perfect. And then just to make sure I'm correct, I can just pull up Claude and hit resume. Yeah, perfect. And we're right where we left off. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. YouTube notifications are unpredictable. So unfortunately, if you subscribe and you want all alerts and I do a live stream, there's a very good chance you won't get alerted until like 6 hours after I do it. But yeah. Um, all right. Thank you so much. And like, subscribe, and notify. And have a great day. I will catch you in the next one. Soon